Okay, sorry. For some reason, oh god, this OBS is pissing me off. It put it to my default laptop mic, not this mic. Sorry, thank you guys for coming in saying I was muted. Okay, wow. Okay, I only got 5 minutes to cover because I've only been talking 5 minutes. Okay, good. Okay, yes. I stepped back for 2 reasons this week. I haven't streamed in a week because I stepped back for 2 reasons. One, once I interviewed Vin Vader, that really upset Hello Starlight and definitely Morbid. And and things were blowing up in the Gypsy Rose community, so I wanted to take a step back and kind of watch what was going on. And then personal reasons, I have had some personal things kind of just blow up in my life for a second that I needed to deal with emotionally. I needed to throw my little fit and get to a point where I'm okay. And I'm fine now. I threw my little fit. I'm better. I just so we got like we got like a multitude of things happening in the Gypsy Rose community right now. Oh, Men Noodles, I was just watching your videos. I was like going, oh my god. Okay. I missed your live today. I wish I would have checked my email so much earlier today and saw. I didn't know you, and then I would have hopped in your live today. Interesting. So, we have some people who don't simp too morbid. They're not simps. One thing that got me, I was just watching your videos, May Noodle, and one thing, I mean, I don't hate morbid, but he does. I sat there and watched him when Adaptive Kate came out with her video saying that she's now best friends with Gypsy Rose, and everybody was getting mad, and we did Morbid did a live talking about it, and for the whole last hour of that live, like this went on for an hour, he was threatening her over and over and over again. He wasn't saying his name Jim or Nom. He wasn't letting anybody know. Or maybe he said it and I just didn't really hear it. But he was talking about an older profile of his, an older account of his that is very mean and very horrible. And I was sitting there watching this going, this is just disgusting. I know we don't like what Kate did, but threatening her is crossing the line. Holy shit, girl, so glad. Yeah, thank you, Budicia. I didn't check I didn't check Discord this morning to see that you and Vin were talking to me, but I checked my email and Vin emailed me and I was like, oh, okay, I'll go look at May Noodles. And then I looked at May Noodles and then I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Just another channel. Yeah, I was reading her comments in May Noodles' channel just now. I went to go watch May Noodles' live that she did 3 hours ago. And then I saw, and I was planning on streaming maybe a little bit later tonight, but then I went ahead and decided to go ahead and stream now. Because I was sitting there going, well, my husband is gone to the store, and I was like, should I stream while my husband's gone? Probably. That's probably the best time. Because he's gone doing his thing now. So I'm like, I'm just sitting there watching stuff. But yeah, I was reading the comments. Because the Gypsy Rose community, we're going in a bunch of different directions. And I also sat back for the last week watching the community and thinking about it. By the way, I love that Fancy just made a video for the first time talking about that Gypsy and Nick had schmecks on the bed next to Dee Dee's, and one of her reasonings for saying that they had schmecks next to the bed was because in the interrogation video, the officer continually asks Nick, "Are you sure you didn't touch your dinghy to anywhere? Are you sure?" She literally almost used what I said word for word. But basically, Fancy just put my theory out there. The one that Morbid and Becca Scoops shut me down for. The one that I credited to, because I did watch Candace Starr. I was hoping that you weren't getting shit about your... No, I haven't gotten shit, surprisingly. I have not gotten backlash from Morbid. He did kick me out of his Discord, and that's all he's done so far. I haven't been watching Morbid streams at all, but I check in on him. But he's leaving me alone. Probably because I'm such a small channel. He doesn't think that small channels that I don't know. Or maybe he's finally being nice for once in it. Like usually if this was Jim or Nom, he wouldn't care small or big channel. He would smash you if you crossed his path. Through your last live, okay. I missed all of them. Oh yeah, we had a bad storm the other day. It was a good thing I didn't stream. I was going to go stream because I needed to also play some Fortnite. There's 3 reasons why I took a break this week. One was because I needed to step back and watch the Gypsy community and think, where am I at in this Gypsy community? 2, I did have some personal problems come up. And 3, Fortnite starts their new season tomorrow. And this was my last chance to finish my battle pass. If I didn't finish the battle pass, then I missed out on some characters that I really wanted. So there was 3 reasons I stepped back for a week and thought about things. Because the Gypsy community is moving in some weird ways right now. It's all centered a lot around Fancy again. So right now you're taking sides between Fancy and KJ. So everybody take your sides. Are you on Fancy's side or are you on KJ's side? Now let's kind of shift a little bit. Are you on Fancy's side or are you on Pink? Once again, we got a Fancy dilemma in the Gypsy Rose community. Fancy's got to be the center of it. And then let's, so take your side. And if you're on Fancy's side about Fancy and, what was I just saying? KJ, you're most likely taking Fancy's side on the Pink Cat Sarah side. I'm not taking anybody's side. I did watch Brandy's stream last night. Brandy and Kendall did a stream showing how Pink Cat Sarah is a liar too. Going to streams, bullying is bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, rag on Gypsy, but not as streamers. Okay? Link for what? I'm talking about multiple things here. Like this community, once again, is okay. Fancy, she's so dumb. She's like, we're not doing Gypsy Rose anymore, guys. And then one reason why I was also sitting back this week is how many people do you need to cover that Gypsy Rose is having a girl, and the only thing I have to say is, Gypsy, you suck for stealing my daughter's name, okay? My daughter's name is Aurora. Gypsy's got my name, because my name really is Rose. And now she's got a daughter named, she's having a daughter. Oh my gosh, she's either really pregnant or I don't know, because it's about time for her to miscarry. If she's faking it. Because I was wondering, is she faking the pregnancy because they're filming right now? And this is why she had to have the gender reveal party and baby shower so soon? Is because why is Gypsy moving so fast in this pregnancy? Why is she doing everything now? Well, she's got to pile it in now for season 2. And she's got to hurry up before she, needs to miscarry or whatever. I'd like to chat with you if you have... well, if you... Like, I don't know how to put a live person on... You can come into my Discord and I can feature you on Discord and we can talk live if you want. But, you have to come into my Discord because I don't know how else I don't have panels. Because I don't pay for StreamYard, so I don't have panels. I have Discord. I can give you a Discord link. Let's see. I need I need to go grab my headset. It's in my bedroom real quick. Let me grab my headset. BRB, I gotta grab my headset. Okay, let's see. Are free? Well, no, you can only stream. Okay, for 20 hours, and I've already used my 20 hours because my streams are so long. You can only stream for 20 hours for free. See, watch. Oh, I already used my 20 hours. I can't stream again until August 23rd for another week. Subscribe? Like, well, there's no, like, subscribing for free. See, what, go in there and see, my current plan is 0. Logo, StreamYard limits, local recordings, 2 hours, 6 on-screen participants, 2 seats. See, it says my current plan. Let's see. No StreamYard logo, multi-stream, 3-dimensional logo. StreamYard logo in your stream. Streaming limits. See, streaming limits. Stream or record up to 20 hours per month on the free plan. Listen to everyone's options. They may not align, but respect. Yeah, like, everybody could say what they're thinking here. You're not wrong for thinking things. And this is an opportunity to just talk about things and iron things out. Because I'm not taking anybody's side right now. It's like with Gypsy Rose. I don't hate Gypsy Rose, and I'm not taking her side, Ryan's side, anything. Because I'll tell you when I think Ryan did wrong. I'll tell you when I think Gypsy did right. Because, believe it or not, there are moments where Gypsy Rose can do something right. And I'm there for it. But right now, also I've been thinking about the Gypsy Rose community right now. There is nothing to report on anymore. The show is over. She's not doing any more interviews. The interviews are over. The show is over. What is there left to report on Gypsy Rose? Everybody got mad at me for featuring. Hey, May. I was talking about what's his name. Everybody got so upset when I brought him up last stream. But one thing that everybody might hate him, but one thing that he was at least right on about what he was saying was whenever a case happens, it doesn't matter, you know, John Benet Ramsey or Summer Wells or whenever a case opens up, people come out of the woodwork and say, I'm the aunt, or I'm the neighbor, or I'm the best friend. They're not at all. They just want attention. They just want somebody to talk to. And they find the big streamers, like, I'm sorry to say this, but like Nina and stuff, that will take in anybody's comments and believe them. If you email Nina and say, I live the next street down, and I watch the Blanchards all the time, you might be 5 states away, but she'll believe you if you give her hot enough tea. If you're watching what's going on with Gypsy, and you could twist it into hot enough tea, she'll take it. Yeah, go ahead. And everybody should be able to hear you now, May.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are. Hey.
Oh, hey, girl.
Yeah, I just saw your channel today for the first time. I was like, no way. She's like, it's like, okay, she's bringing up the beefs with Morbid, huh?
That's actually what started my channel. Was my falling out with him.
He does that to you. He sucks you in, and either you stay and you simp to him, or you fall out with him. And I have fallen out with him because, like, the first,
exactly it.
The first, like, the first day I was on his panel, like, was amazing. I left that stream like on a high. Like, I was higher than, like, I've never been featured on any other streamers' panels or anything. I didn't know about panels. I didn't know about. Morbid's the first one who, like, I got to experience going up on a panel, because I came into a stream and I said, hey all, like I normally do, and Morbid was talking to Starlight, and all of a sudden Morbid goes, huh?
Oh no, yeah, no, your feelings are valid. I just wanted to really let you know that your feelings are valid. It really bothered me when you were up there and they were trying to make you look like a psychopath.
They were trying to make me look like I was heavily racist, because here's what really happened. Now that I got to step back and rewatch the stream and rethink what happened. So, because like I said, I have a Nintendo. It's in the other room. I didn't bring it in here because the charger's no longer in here. But so anyways, like, when I'm watching a live, I'm laying in bed next to my husband. I'm chatting with my husband a little bit. I got the phone on my chest or something. I'm laying down. I got my Nintendo. I'm playing Stardew Valley, you know, and just doing my thing. And I hear Nina say, because after Fancy got down, I didn't know they were still talking about Fancy. I just heard Nina say, I never called, saying something about, I never called anybody racist. If so, you know, like, saying something about,
yeah,
you know,
I watched that go down.
And all of a sudden I was like, you talked about blackface. I'm like, don't even, Nina. And Nina said, you saw her call me out. She said, Rose, bring the receipts now, get up here, you know? She said, do it. So I said, fine. I got out of bed. I walked into my computer room, put Morbid stream on my computer, put my phone down, and then I was listening to 2 streams at a time. So I didn't even hear this $500 everybody's talking about. I don't even know when she offered that shit, because this was not about $500.
I think I heard that part. I think it was after you were gone, or I do remember hearing her say that, but that's a little extreme, right?
Like, my mind was like, after Nina called me out, like, you gotta see that I just got up out of bed and started walking to my computer room, and it was like, fine, okay, and I started scrolling through my phone, because I'm like, okay, I DM'd somebody about, on TikTok, somebody DM'd me, and we were talking during a live Morbid. Morbid was live one day. It was that stream, though. It was that stream on July 12th. I wasn't on panel, but I was in DMs with somebody that day, and we were talking about our own thoughts on what was going down on panel behind the scenes. And I remember texting her saying, when did Gypsy Rose do blackface? Why are they accusing Gypsy Rose of blackface? Okay, and so I was, as soon as Nina said that, I got my phone and I was like, okay, scrolling through TikTok. I gotta get the date. And so my mind was just, I didn't hear anything after Nina called me out, because my brain just went to, okay, I gotta find the date. And so I sat down at my computer, I'm like, find the date. I found the date, pulled up the stream, got up on panel, and then everybody's like, Rose, you're the racist one. Oh my God, why did you do that to me? And it's like, whoa, okay, what did I do, guys? Okay, it's like, I'm not trying to be racist. Don't call me racist. Just because I'm white also. It's like, God. I was like, I have a race too, you guys.
Yeah. I talked about that earlier. I was like, every race experiences racism. As far as our history goes, yes, I believe the Jewish people, African Americans, had it the worst, but everyone in this day and age has experienced some type of racism.
See, and I won't actually literally come out and say that the Jews had it worse, because I don't want black people coming down on me, because my great-grandfather is from Odessa, Ukraine. They are Jewish by religion and by blood, 100%. My mom is half Jewish. That makes me a quarter. My mom even did the 23andMe thing to prove that we were Jewish. She knew her father was full-blooded Jewish by religion and by blood. Like, he was first born in America. I'm third generation here. There's black people that have been in America longer than me. There's Hispanic people that have been in America longer than me. My family. On both sides, because my dad, it comes from German immigrants. They immigrated to Ukraine, or not Ukraine, no. The Germans, they immigrated to UK like 10 generations ago. And then they basically wiped out the German out of their blood. Like, I'm 3% German, and I have a German last name. It's funny because my dad has a German last name, so my maiden name is German. But when my dad did the 23andMe, he found out that he was only 7% German. Because what happened, if you do look at the genealogy, it explains it. What happened, if you go back and look at the genealogy, is 10 generations ago, they moved to the UK, and all these men started marrying to UK women. And so the German guy, he immigrates to the UK and he marries a UK woman, an English woman, and then their son marries an English woman, and their son marries an English woman. 10 generations down, they migrate to America.
Isn't that interesting how that works?
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting how that works? It's like watered down.
Yeah. So 10 generations later, they finally migrate to, two brothers finally migrate to the U.S. So if you knew my maiden name, if you find anybody in the U.S. with that name, they're either on my side of they come from the brother, because two brothers came over. And so you either come from one of the two brothers. It's not a popular last name in the U.S. You either come from one of the two brothers. And so they're distant cousins that come from the other brother. And there's newspaper articles even about them, and somebody even dedicated something at a school about them too. Like, they came over, they migrated here well into America, and did a lot of things for like a university and stuff, and they got like a memorial at a university and everything. And so I think my dad has only been here for like 3 generations also, his side. But like I said, their blood is, they carry the German last name. Yeah. But there's no German blood. I ain't German. It's 3%. That ain't nothing.
I saw that. You said that earlier, and I was like, because I'm Puerto Rican, Italian, and Irish, and my last name is Swedish. And it's Swedish. And I'm like, there's no like, what the fuck?
You're like, but there's no Swedish blood.
Yeah, my dad did, like, where my last name came from, my dad did the whole 23andMe. I bought it for him for Christmas one year, and there's no Swedish. It's so fucking funny.
Go do your genealogy and watch how it happens. My mom has always been huge into genealogy. 1, because of our religion, and 2, because it is interesting. And the problem with my mom's genealogy is we can't trace it. So
Rose.
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, can I address what? I'm sorry. I don't
Yeah,
think. Can I address a comment real quick?
We can get back on. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I just want to address one comment, honey, because someone's talking about somebody I know who's mentally challenged, and I think it's a really weak flex. They're talking about Wendy, and just like I still talk to Wendy all the time. I just sent her money the other day. Ask her. The reason I stopped going to Wendy's channel is because of you guys fucking with her because I was over there. So stop it. Anyways, Rose, sorry. That was an interesting convo. We don't have to get back on topic, but that was interesting. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to address that because I don't like when people talk about Wendy. I don't know if you know Wendy, but that's a whole nother thing with Morbid.
I've always done my own thing, and then finally, when I joined the Gypsy community, and then, so like I said, I came into Morbid's stream, I was like, hey, all, and all of a sudden, Morbid's like, talk with Rose, and Starlight's like, who's talk with Rose? And he's like, she just came into my algorithm. And he's like, I watched her videos, she does Gypsy too. And they invited me up on panel, because I've been watching Morbid for a while, since he started, and this was in the first couple of streams Morbid had even done. I came in pretty quick into Morbid's, and then he invited me up on panel to introduce myself and talk about where I stand on the Gypsy thing. But anyways, Hakab, to your comment, what happened with my family, and I was just about to explain this, is so on my mom's side of the family, what happened was, I don't know exactly. Something happened with a Polish police officer. This was just before World War I. Hey, pigeons, I think. This was
I was gonna say, how did your parents cross paths?
So, what happened was just before World War I. So the Jews were already being persecuted long before World War II. And something happened with I don't know the exact story. I'm going off what little has been told. Something about a Polish police officer came to... My family already tried to sneak over to America twice and failed. They couldn't get over. A Polish police officer came over and... Well, this is on one side of my mom's family. I don't know if this is the grandfather or the grandmother's side. But the police officer got killed. And if it got blamed on my family, they were going to kill my family because they're Jews. And here's a Polish police officer, and he's dead.
Oh, my God.
So they ran from Ukraine, and they luckily made it on a boat, got over to America. That's when my grandfather was born in 1919 in America. Because he came over around 1914. And they changed their last name.
Wow.
As soon as they got over here, they changed their last name to a name that sounded American. And so my mom's maiden name is not...
Damn.
So, yeah, they came over just before World War I, but they didn't have their child until 1919. And then, so my grandfather was first born in America in 1919. And then another Jewish family who had snuck over. So I think they came in through the Galveston Project in Texas. And what Galveston did is they took some of the Jews that were overrunning Texas and everything, and they sent them up to St. Louis, Missouri. And that's how my great-grandfather met my great-grandmother, kept the Jewish bloodline open and the religion and everything open, is because all of these immigrants immigrated to St. Louis, Missouri together. And then they got together, they got married, and had their first child in 1919, and that's my grandfather. That's my mom's dad.
That's interesting. So they snuck over, or she snuck over here?
So yeah, they had to sneak over. Something about an accidental death with a Polish police officer or something. I don't know. They were going to get killed. They had to leave. They had to just pack literally whatever they could and just run. Because like I said, Jews have been being persecuted long before World War II. It's always been bad out there for Jews. And they came over to America and they hid. They changed their name. They laid low. So they had 3 children. So there's my grandfather, and then there's his sister. Her name is Rose. That's where I get my name. And then they have a brother. And my grandfather's the oldest. And 40 years later, he meets my grandma, who's half his age, literally. She's 20 years old. And they're dating. And they get pregnant with my mom. And he married my grandma because when she was 5 months pregnant, proved that she was pregnant. And then they had my mom, and then he got my grandma pregnant again with another daughter. And then he up and left, and he's like, well, at least the girls won't be alone. When my mom was 3, he up and left. He up and left after he had a second child with my grandma. He didn't like my grandma. He didn't want to be married to her in the first place. So I don't know my grandpa very well, which is sad, because what happened is my grandma raised her 2 daughters, okay? And my mom's sister moved to Hawaii. She married somebody in California. She met him in California, and they moved to Hawaii, and they took my grandfather with them. And so it's like the family got divided. My aunt took her dad to Hawaii and took care of him, and my mom took her mom. Well, my grandma moved around from Utah, Arizona, Oregon. She kept moving every 2-3 years. She never stayed put anywhere very long. But us kids, my mom had 5 kids, and us kids would go stay with her wherever she was. There were summers where I got to spend in Coos Bay, Oregon, doing all kinds of stuff like crabbing in the ocean and all kinds of fun stuff, and going on the beaches, and because that's where my grandma
That's
lived at
gotta
the
be
time.
fun.
Yeah, and then
I've been watching a lot of diving videos lately, and seeing the different this one guy caught a crab, and I named it Ethan, and it had no legs, and he was feeding it every day, bringing it home shrimp and stuff. It's like he had problem molting, something like that.
Oh, poor little thing. Yeah,
I know, it was so cute though.
Learn about going crabbing, in Oregon, you can only catch a certain color, and if it's I think if it's red, it has to be a certain size. You have to measure. No, if it's red, you get to keep it. If it's brown, you have to measure it, and if it's too small, you got to throw it back in. Because they only and you can't catch babies. You have to throw all babies back in. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, you can take their mommy, but you got to throw the babies back?
Yep, you got to throw the babies back, but you take the mommy. As long as she's the right size, yep. But my grandma never took us clamming, because she's like, I ain't letting you 5 children dig in the sand and come home dirty. She's like, so I never got to experience that, because she's like, there's no way I'm letting 5 children dig in the sand, go home. And so there were summers where I got to spend summers in Arizona. There was times she lived in Utah, and I got to be here. And so while we were taking care of my grandma here in the western side of the United States, my aunt, who I never met until I was 16, I think, when she moved back to California, but she left my grandfather in Hawaii to die. I got to meet my grandfather over the phone just a few months before he died. Him and my mom, my grandfather, when my mom was 13, he came back into my mom's life, and my mom didn't want to have nothing to do with him. She hated him. She wanted to know about her Jewish ancestry, but she wouldn't get over her pride long enough to talk to her either father or even her aunt and uncle, because my grandfather's 2 siblings, they never got married, they never had children, they literally worked and put every dime into the bank, and when both of them finally passed away, yeah, they left so much money to the Jewish Foundation. They left all their property to a little bit to my mom and her sister and one cousin.
Did you
in St. Louis, and the
did
rest
you ever deal with Jewish racism or anything? No, I was just saying, did you ever deal with Jewish racism?
Here's the hard part: is because I'm white, I can just sit back in society and hide, and I don't like to say I'm Jewish because I fear what'll happen as soon as I say it. It took me a long time into my adulthood to, like, one time when I was 16 in high school and we had an ethnic food day and we were supposed to bring food from whatever our ethnicity was. I skipped that day because I didn't know much about the Jewish people, because like I said, my mom had a bad relationship with her grandfather and she wouldn't talk to him, and so I knew barely anything about what I was, but I knew there was a lot of hatred to what I was, and so I just,
How did you start
like
putting
that,
it together?
Well, my mom's always loved genealogy and everything, and we always constantly do genealogy, and I finally just got to a point where I thought it's okay to talk about your Jewish heritage. Don't be embarrassed about it, and don't worry if somebody hates on you for it. I hope nobody does. And so it's like not exactly racism, but it's also hard to hide what you are and be afraid to speak what you are, you know?
Right. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like with the whole thing that came up with blackface, and like when you were on Morbid's panel, and like I heard what you were trying to say, and then like it seemed like they were already ready to pounce on you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like you didn't get a chance to
They
explain
were.
yourself. And
No,
then when you were trying to explain, it seemed like they already had a grudge, you know?
they
And
did.
I wanted you to know, like, I saw what you were trying to say, but it seems like they didn't even were trying to hear your point about like the blackface and the racism, and you got shunned for it.
What was
And it
stupid
was
is
like,
I watched Whatabug stream the next day, and he put me up saying, okay, you guys, we're going to talk about a hard subject. Okay, you guys, right now. And because she's going to bring up a hard subject. He started to call me a Karen because he's like, watch, she's going to come up and she's going to be rude to everybody, and then she's going to cry, poor me. And it's like, no, I cry because the spotlight's freaking on me, and I don't know what to say when everybody's screaming racism at me because, yeah, I did get bold enough to say back to them, don't scream racism at me because I'm white.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Did you ask him first, like, you know, I know you had saw rumors about him being the predator or whatever. Did he ask you about that? Like, or did you ask him about that prior to you coming up on there?
So just before I told you about, so what happened is when Kate Marie announced she was friends with Gypsy, I mean, Morbid let on to, I have this past channel. And he leans on the fact that, well, it was Howard Stern style, you guys. And he has this past channel that is horrible and mean, and you don't want to see that side of him. Morbid is the soft side. Morbid's the nice side. And then you have this horrible, but I thought that was disgusting that he was threatening Kate. But I was like, whatever, you know. And then...
Yeah, what happened with Kate? Well, I never figured that out.
Well, also, like, here, I'll put you in my mindset of what's kind of going on. Because I do psychology, and I do study human behavior, and I notice things. And so Vin didn't have to convince me or talk to me for hours or do anything like that. Because what happened was, by the second time I stepped up on Morbid's panel... Like I told you, the first time I just had a high. I was like, I gotta be on panel. I gotta talk about Gypsy. I gotta prove I'm smart, you know? Yeah. You're on a high. You're like,
Yeah.
By the second and third time I was on panel, I realized that Morbid knew shit about the case. I don't even know why he stepped on the case.
That's what he does.
And then
That's what he does. He grabs something that's trending, and he latches onto it.
And then I realized... The only reason why he does open panel is because I dove down the rabbit hole. I did the work. I'm handing it to him. Yeah, I'm handing him my homework and letting him turn it in. I realized that on my own.
Because he's so unoriginal.
But
he needs everybody to do the work for him.
Because he's so popular, I just kept my mouth shut and just let it go on. But I started going on panel less because I hate it. Well, because what happened was, is I came on panel one night, okay? And we were discussing, Fancy and Sarah had just gotten charged. Do you know the whole Fancy and Pink Cat Sarah and Chillicothe situation? And
Actually, the one where they were over in Chillicothe.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with the false police report and everything, right?
Yeah. So what happened?
That was wild.
So what happened was, is I was on Morbid's panel. This is when we found out that Fancy was charged. Nobody knew that Sarah was charged at this point because her charge wasn't showing up yet. They hadn't filed it yet, but they were going to file it. Okay? No, whatever. So anyways,
that whole thing was wild. Sorry, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
No,
I don't know if it's because it's Discord.
No, I think it was the way I was talking because I was looking at the comments and I just kind of stuck my tongue out at one of them. I'm like, nah, whatever. No, so what happened?
This is what they do. Don't worry about what they're saying.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is what they follow me around everywhere I go.
They're like,
this is just what they do.
So what happened?
Yep, they're obsessed.
I was on panel, and I told Morbid, I said. So, because Into the Weeds went with them, and Into the Weeds came in on chat, and they said, you know what, guys, we're going to tell our own story on our panel in 2 nights on our stream, on our podcast, and we're inviting Morbid and Starlight to be there. And so I was sitting up on Morbid's panel, and we were discussing what we thought. And I said, this is all bias. I said, they charged Fancy because she's fancy. Because in a normal case, and I've dealt with police and everything, in a normal citizen's case, if you called the police and said, this is what's going on, get over to my house now, and they came over and they talked to the neighbor, and the neighbor has a different story, instead of filing, is going, okay, well, we're charging you false police report because it turns out he didn't do that. They just chalk it up to, well, because your word doesn't match his word, there's nothing we can do. Because where's the proof? Where's all, you do have to have some kind of proof. The video, something, did he threaten you anyway? If you don't have the proof, then it's your word against his. I'm sorry. Case closed. Cops leave. Go away. Nothing ever happens. And I said, this is bias. This is bias because this is Fancy. Mike Stanfield wants her charged. Of course she has a charge. And Morbid shut me down. And said, no, Rose, no, they're not by this, no. And you can even go watch that podcast. He shut me down.
He don't know shit. He's a big fat drunk. He don't know shit.
2 nights later, he did show up on Into the Weeds podcast. And they were up there talking. And halfway through the podcast, Morbid's like, well, they're biased. It was Fancy. They charged it because it was Fancy. Because any other citizen, they would have said, case closed. And I'm sitting here going, you just shut me down 2 nights ago for saying that, Morbid. And now he's stealing my words, copying my words, claiming them as his own.
See, I'm so sorry you had to go through this.
And so by time that racist thing went down, and people started emailing me and personally messaging me videos, I went on stream. And they came in my stream and they said, Rose, please look at this. And I looked at it live on stream. I was like, I don't know if I should do this because, I'm on Morbid's panels. And I knew once I opened that door, Morbid was going to hate me for it. And then what had happened
you're right.
I opened that door right there on panel. And then I got some messages for more videos, and I went and watched. I spent a day watching some videos. Well, okay, rewind real quick. At the end, just before we closed panel out, that night, Morbid sounded like he was literally about to cry, like he was almost in tears. And he's like, Rose, do you know what it's like to be accused, to be a pedophile, for people to put shit out there, to soundbite things in so it sounds like you're a pedophile? And I told him, I know, because I watched my brother experience it, and I know. And I related with Morbid. And then we closed out panel that night. And then I go watch this video where they were interviewing Vin Vader, and the first thing Vin Vader said was, "Hey Vin, by the way," he said, "I did not call Morbid a pedophile." He said he called Morbid a groomer, which I agreed with once I saw the evidence. I said, okay, I can
Yes,
see,
girl.
I can see
He is a groomer.
I can see groomer. I don't see pedo, but I see groom. Okay, I see where you're coming from. So I was on this video, and it had a link to Vin Vader, and his email was right there. So I took the shot. I emailed Vin Vader and said, "Look, I'm a stranger, but I've been on Morbid's panels lately, and I've been noticing some things about Morbid that don't sit right with me." So they didn't have to say much because I had already started noticing these. So what happened is while I was live on stream too, before I closed out that stream that night, as we were looking at Morbid videos, there was a guy who had a beef. Morbid had a beef with him. He never had a beef with Morbid. Morbid just started sending him threatening letters going, "You're a pussy if you don't show up on my channel. Show up or you're a pussy," you know? In and out, okay.
That's fucking awful.
And he gave this whole 10-minute talk about Morbid saying, "Well, I'm going to come over and," because they both live in California, and he's like, "I'm going to come over and I'm going to rip off I'm going to break your arm. I'm going to break your freaking arm." And, at the very end of his video, this is what got me. At the very, very end of that video, because he finally tells Morbid, "I'll come on your panel. Come on, come break my arm. Show me which one." I didn't care about all that.
Yep.
What it was is the last thing he said. And he said, "Morbid, why don't you just go continue doing what you're used to doing? Stealing other people's jokes and taking credit for them." And I was like, boom, mind blown right there. Because I had already felt that Morbid was this kind of person. That he was leaving this open panel because we were jumping down the rabbit hole for him. We were doing all the homework and letting him copy.
That's what I noticed too.
And he was
when you said like Starlight was doing everything for him. That's so true. He never cared or looks into anything. He just wings it with his fake voice.
Look at Morbid's first stream he ever did on Gypsy Rose. Starlight comes up on panel and in 5 minutes spews out like bullet points of the Gypsy Rose case that Morbid never knew. She just starts spewing out bullet points for him.
You know what's so fucked up about that is that Hello Starlight warned me about Jimmer. She warned me about him, and she told me that he was scary. Hello Starlight did. Like, I have a whole stream of her warning me about Morbid.
Nobody warned me about Morbid, but like I said, when people warn you though,
Starlight, I was saying, yeah.
Oh, Starlight warned you?
Yeah, Starlight warned me.
Which is crazy, yeah. Because,
about
Jimmer. So the first, if you look at my stream, the first when I was getting ready to do a whole separate stream. My streams keep going like this lately. I plan a stream, I get on, they go way out of left field. Vin Vader comes in.
And mine do that too. It's okay.
Yeah. No, it's fun though. I usually just get on and do my hour-long thing and get off and watch comments. So I love it this way. Actually, I love it more this way. But what happened was Vin Vader came in. I didn't check my emails and saw that he answered me back, but he did sub to my channel. He saw me go live that night. He comes in. And I'm like, "Dude, Vin." I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is Vin Vader, you guys." It's like he saw my email, he found me, he came in. And it's
he showed me the email. He was like, "Is this one of the people you were talking about?" I was like, "No, but you should definitely talk to her because I recognized your name from being on Morbid's panel."
Yeah. And so I didn't know Starlight was lurking. She was not happy. And
she went and she deleted all those comments that she left in your stream that night. She went back and deleted them.
Well, I got a good memory, Starlight. One thing
Oh, I have it sniped. I have proof of it, so you don't have to worry. I got the
See, you
screenshots
have
too.
to snipe it though, because here's the hard part. This is where I mean, I really liked Starlight when I first met her, but so we were in Morbid's stream. I wasn't on panel. I was just in there, and we were debating whether Gypsy Rose was pregnant or not. Nina said she was about to come out with the announcement the next day. Is she pregnant? Is she not pregnant? And I was going, no, she's not. She's gonna, and if she is, she's gonna fake it. It's gonna be a miscarriage. She's lying. She's not pregnant. And this chick, Macy, steps up in chat. Weird Starlight was one of the first ones at Miss Channel to help her against steroids.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Well, this
That's
is
what I was saying. Yeah.
Well, where was I going now? Well, Vin Vader said to Starlight. Oh yeah, here's where I was going. Here, I'm leading into this. Macy says, "I'm the nurse that took Gypsy's blood." She said she is pregnant, and I forgot what I said, and she's like, "No, really, seriously, Rose, I took her blood." And I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. You took her blood. She's pregnant. Whatever."
Well, that's a HIPAA violation.
Well, that's what somebody said. Somebody said, "Don't tell anybody about you breaking the law on live stream. What are you doing? This is live stream." So I went on
Seriously,
Starlight's.
how could you? I wouldn't even believe that.
I should have
Crazy.
I should have screenshotted this crap, because I went to Starlight's live a couple days or a week later or something. And I was only in the live for a minute because I left because I wasn't going to argue with Starlight. But Macy and everybody was up there on panel and everything. And they were denying that Macy ever said that. Macy didn't say that. Macy never said that.
That's crazy.
Macy's a nurse in New Orleans. Why would she say that? Gypsy lives in Cutoff. Why would she be in New Orleans? She doesn't know it's Gypsy. They backtracked. And I wasn't going to argue. I wasn't going, because they're like, "No, Rose, you didn't hear that." It's like, okay, I'm done. I'm out, because I'm not going to argue with you. And somebody came into my streams a couple weeks ago and backed me on this. Gabriella?
Mm-hmm.
She said, "No, Rose, I heard it too. I saw Macy say it." See, this is what they do, though. They say stuff and then they backtrack later.
Yeah, and then they try to delete everything. It's like they go back, they try to rewrite history, they try to erase history and then gaslight you.
Yeah,
it's
that's
so
what they were
fucked
doing.
up.
They were gaslighting me and saying, "You did not see that, Rose." And it's like, whatever, I'm outie. I saw it. And so that's what I love about my channel, because people have been finding me that notice these things too and coming to me. And so my channel lately has been a place for people to come to and openly say stuff.
Right. And don't ever feel like you need to pick sides, because I went through that too when I first started my channel. And let me tell you, all it did was set me back. I had to firmly set my boundaries and be like, I'm going to like who I like. Stop. Like, people are going to try to get in your ear and tell you can't like this person, and it's going to destroy you if you let them. It's like tug of war. I had so many meltdowns over this. I'm like, and I had so many fallings out with people because I wouldn't do what they wanted me to do. Just make sure you stand on your own in that way, because people will try to like come in and get in your head and it'll fuck you up. But I just want to let you know that your feelings are valid 100%. And it broke my heart seeing you up there upset, because you were asking all the right questions and he made it sound like you're a freaking complete insane idiot.
Yep.
And like you were crazy for being suspicious. I'm like, no, but she's so right. Especially when you said that thing about Howard Stern.
What happened was I pulled the wrong receipts on Nina. See, like I said, I just heard Nina say I never called them racist. And I thought she was talking about Gypsy. I didn't know she was talking about Fancy, because I would have gone and pulled the other receipts, because Nina always pulls the race card. And then later that night, somebody came into my chat and said, "Rose, my daughter's blacker than Nina, and we never pull the race card." And they hate that they watch Nina pull the race card like that all the time. Because just because you have a race and somebody hates on you, doesn't mean it's because of your race. You know, check your attitude. And don't pull the race card.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Rose, Dots in your chat is calling Vin a pedophile in your chat.
Oh, they're coming in going, well, your grandson, your daughter gave you away. Didn't Jim Renom say that
so
later on take that back and say he made it all up because
so
he was mad at Vin? I think Jim Renom took it all back later and said, oh, I just made this shit up because... And that's what... Well, you guys go to May Noodle's channel. She's got a bunch of short 3 to 10 minute videos, depending upon the video, that shows you Morbid lying and taking stuff back that he says. He doxes people and then he takes it back.
Yep. Yeah, you can't. See, what's fucked up is like these people that are trolling in the chat watched him dox my minor kids. They watched him dox me and they cheered him on. They're over here trying to like act like I'm a crazy person up here talking about Morbid, but I'm only here because, and I made it a whole thing. Like and twice now I restreamed where you were on panel and I saw you getting gaslit and treated like shit. And like my whole point was coming over here and just letting you know that, like, your feelings are valid, you're on the right track, and you're not wrong for how you felt. And I didn't want you to feel, like, ganged up on and bullied, because I know what that feels like. It was really sad to watch.
Yeah, I appreciate this, because what happened that night on panel was I forgot what Nina said that triggered in my mind. And I literally told them this. I said, and nobody could tell me what Nina said. Nobody in the chat. There's 400 people in the chat watching this stream. And there's, like... 8 people on panel or something. I don't know, 5, 6. Nobody could repeat what Nina said. I had to go to my own stream, wait till Morbid shut his down so I could go to the replay, put myself back in that mindset and be like, why did I do this, Rose? Oh, because I thought she was talking about Gypsy. I forgot we were... Well, if you watch, the panel is talking about Fancy and her attitude, and Nina is just talking about herself and how Fancy and everybody affects her. And while the panel is widely talking overall about Fancy and her behavior, and all Nina's talking about is how it affects Nina. And then Nina's like, and I never called her racist, but I didn't know she was talking about Fancy.
Wait,
or like
Fancy was sticking.
Huh?
Fancy was sticking up for Nina. Fancy was sticking up for Nina when Nina doesn't even like Fancy.
No, Fancy wasn't. Fancy went up on panel and she's like, F you, not you, Starlight, but F you, F everybody on panel, but Starlight. And then she got off panel because Morbid was shutting her down. Morbid was being vicious that night towards Fancy. And Fancy was like, calm down, Morbid. Just let me talk. And Morbid would just yell at her. And he's like, I'll just fix it later, guys. And I thought that was kind of dumb that he was doing that for showing entertainment. Because he's like, I'll just go fix it later. I'll just apologize later, guys. I'll fix it later. Sorry for hating on you for entertainment, but it worked.
Oh, my God. Listen, they're so superficial, you know, they're so on the surface, they can't empathize, they can't relate to anybody, it's all about them, you know. Yes. They didn't even try to hear you out with that.
Immediately Nina said, Rose, you embarrassed me. I'm like, how did I embarrass you? I just pulled up something you said 1 month ago on stream. You said it on panel. So it's like, how did I embarrass you? Because you said it. And so I remembered it, because I remember things like that, because if somebody is saying that Kate is aligning themselves with Gypsy, who's aligning themselves with somebody who does blackface, like, you know what's funny though, this is what I was telling you, it led into what a bug was doing it on his stream, or her stream, and, this is the funny thing about racism and pulling the race card. They like to pull the race card. I'm going to get so canceled for saying this. They like to pull the race card. And then Apple Charlotte's kind of semi stuck up for me and said, look, Rose is saying that if Gypsy is doing blackface, like she should be on blast for it. We should be like, why is Gypsy racist? She's from the South, so it's not hard to believe if she is. And it's rude if Gypsy only hates Nina because of her race, and that's why she started picking on Nina first out of all of the creators out here. But as soon as you bring up, well, Nina called Gypsy racist. Is she racist? Do we, what, you know? And then they're like, well, we're doing nothing about it. We don't need to do anything about it. We don't want to talk about it. Just shove it back under the bed or whatever. Just get it away. And it's like, well, you guys bring up the race card, but then we're not allowed to talk about it further.
It's always so touchy, especially when you're white, you know?
Well, yeah, because immediately, that's why I got bold enough to yell back at him. It's like, don't tell me. It's like, don't, 3 generations ago, my family had to escape for their lives. So it's like, don't tell me that my family, you know, do you come from slaves or do you just come from immigrants? You know? Did they just immigrated
I know,
to America
and you have a right.
life?
You have a right to talk about your racist experience as well and your family, but nobody's going to want to hear it. You want to, you know why? Because you come off as white and that's all they see, and it's unfortunate.
I knew they wouldn't care. That's why I didn't say my race or anything on Morbid's panel, and I saved it for when I was safely in my own stream to talk about my race and my family over here. And what's really nice is there is another creator out there. Maybe I'll DM you it because I'm not going to put them on. I'm not going to say their name. They DM'd me in TikToks and said they didn't stand for the bullying that they saw, and they were sad to see me cry and everything, and they went and watched my video for the first time. I've been trying to get a hold of this streamer too. And
yeah, we all were watching this, and that's why I was like putting out a ransom for you. I'm like, where is she? Tell her to come here. You know, it's like, tell her, like, everybody will support you here.
This streamer,
you know, in my channel,
definitely does not want to step into the drama. I totally respect this streamer. I love this streamer, and I don't want to bring them into this. But what is nice is they noticed that it was rude what they did to me. And they DM'd me and said, Rose, are you okay? And are you going to be okay? Because they don't want to see Morbid further come after me and attack me. And then they watched my streams. They found out I was Jewish. And they were like, oh my God. They're like, I wear a Star of David, you know, and la la. And they were totally connecting with me and stuff. And we DM'd for a few days this weekend. And it was nice to know.
I'm glad that you got that support.
But they don't. I will respect the fact that they don't want to be named and brought into this. But I'll privately tell you. But don't bring them publicly into it, cause.
No, yeah, no, yeah. You can always talk to me privately.
Talk to them. Because, they're avoiding Morbid's panels, too. They understand that Morbid isn't a good person either. Like, his true colors are starting to show a little bit. They're coming out. His colors are leaking.
And this is where I'm concerned about you in a way, and that's why I wanted to let you know that my community would be more than happy to support you, because I saw that you questioned him, and it was over after that. Nothing you do or say from here on out, he's gonna, like, go after you. As you can see, people are trolling in your chat already, trying to distract you from talking about Morbid. They do that everywhere I go. They try to talk about something else because they don't want the truth. And it's so crazy how committed these people are to such a grooming creep. And I know that you've got a target on your back. The
thing I don't like about what
yeah.
that I've been open about on my channels, Sentimental, I think that's your name. They came into Morbid's channels, and they're like, I want to be monetized. Please help me, Morbid. Please, I need X amount of more followers. Please. And then Nina came up on panel, and they're like, Nina, you're a god. And, like, the second time Nina came up on panel, they've been trying to get Nina's attention forever. And they're like, Nina, Tag me in anything. I don't care what it is. Just tag me. I need followers. I need to be monetized. And now they're monetized, and Morbid's like, you guys, clap for them. And I'm like, what? Clap for their begging? Because they didn't work for it, they begged for it? It takes a while to get monetized. It sucks that it does take a while to get monetized, guys. I'm not monetized. It takes a while, okay? Sometimes a miracle happens, like on Twitch. I went viral after like I think 4 months of being on Twitch, and magically got to be. It didn't take me 4 years. It took me 4 months on Twitch. But you know, miracles happen, or you just. I tell people you gotta. What a bug if you want to attract people. They stepped over into the true crime community because it's, you know, true crime is an interesting thing.
One second, sweetie. Oh, sorry, 1 second, sweetie. I'll be right back. I'm not leaving. I just have to step away for 1 second.
Okay.
But I'll be right back.
Okay. I want to take this moment to grab a drink real quick. BRB. Okay. I don't know if you came back. I came back. I needed to grab my water bottle because my meds make my mouth go dry. But like, what a bug, they are a drummer and a singer. So when you step into something like true crime, if you just sit there and kind of just spout off the regular rhetoric to be popular and say Gypsy's name to be popular, of course you're going to go nowhere. But if you could bring something unique, and I tell what about, why don't you like make up songs and drum and sing a small little tune or something during your streams? Make your stream fun. Not, you could talk about true crime and you could do it in a fun way if you're a drummer and a streamer, you know. Show us a few things, you know. Bring out your talent. Be different. Rise above everything, you know. I don't hate What the Bug, but I would never beg for any. I would never go on another. In the Twitch community, you can get kicked out of somebody's stream for going and begging for their followers. Over because she's not getting bullied with true crime and don't get caught up. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about, like, I finally want to move on with other cases. Like, I've been holding, where are my notebooks? I've been holding this Scott Peterson. I've been holding this Scott Peterson outline for like 8 months that I finally want to get around to. Because I got an interesting theory about Scott Peterson. Okay, that's not it. I just gotta find what notebook I wrote it down in. One of these notebooks. Do a YouTube. I'm gonna switch these around so I can see the chat better. There we go. I need to see chat better. Be right back. Okay, let's see. I have a real. Let me look at this. Let me grab my notes real quick on Scott Peterson because I got an interesting thought on Scott Peterson's case. Because there's been a couple things that's always bothered me about Scott Peterson. And oh gosh, and there's been a couple things that have always bothered me about him. And I was going to do Scott Peterson, and then what happened was Gypsy Rose was about ready to be paroled, and I was kind of going, all right, well, is this a good or bad thing that Gypsy Rose is getting paroled? So I started watching to see if she gets parole, and then she did, and then I put off the Scott Peterson. I kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. I finally got to my Princess Diana and Nicole Brown Simpson one, because that was another script I had been holding. I just kept holding stuff. I had an outline of the Scott Peterson. I could do it without the outline. I don't need my outline if I can't find it. Because what's always bothered me... I had to sign up for Hulu again. I've seen the act twice before Gypsy got out. I was one of those people that believed the act. That's what I knew of her story, what was in the act. The second time I went to go watch the act, I was sitting there going, are you sure you want to do this, Rose? Are you sure you want to do this? Because if you do this, it's like, I mean, when you have an interest in true crime, it's really hard because you know you shouldn't be watching it, but you do. Okay, so Danny, here's my take on Scott Peterson. So, here's the simple facts that bother me about the Scott Peterson case. So, Scott Peterson is way alibied. Like, he's got a step-by-step, perfect receipts alibi. There are people that saw him dock, 4 people that saw him dock, 2 or 4 people saw him docking his boat. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the boat or anything, okay? So, yeah, he's got gas receipts, he's got work receipts, gas receipts, marina receipts. So this guy is well alibied, okay? And, his wife is alibied. See, if 1 or 2 people saw her walking on Christmas Eve, that could, maybe did they get the day wrong? Possibly. But 11, I think, is it 11 or 21 people? 21? About every neighbor literally every neighbor that the Petersons have can tell you they saw. Hey, Aval, you're gonna busy. I'll try. Okay, no problem, Aval. Come back when you can. So, okay, so, like, both both Lacey and Scott are well alibi. Their alibi is there, okay? There's no mistaking what they were doing that day. Now, the dog was found loose and put in the backyard by a neighbor. So that meant that, yes, Lacey was walking the dog. Somebody captured Lacey, let the dog go. The dog found its way home. The person, probably because it was something routinely. Yeah, she routinely walked the dog. Now, there is doctors that said, no, Lacey was home because we told her not to walk the dog. There are doctors that said, no, she was late in her pregnancy. We didn't want her to go into early labor. We told her not to walk the dog. So, you have the burglars across the street about the time Lacey was walking the dog. You have the burned up van not too far away with blood in the mattress and everything. The police gather all the evidence, but they never test it. From December all the way to April, they completely follow Scott Peterson. They hyper focus on him and nothing else but him. They know it's him. If you look into Scott Peterson's past, though, he does have an odd way of dealing with situations and his emotions. He can come off a little like sociopathic there because he doesn't relate with people very well. So Scott Peterson, present day, is banking everything with the Innocence Project on the testing of that mattress. That DNA is going to show it's Lacey's. And then what is everybody going to think once the DNA is Lacey's and that proves that Scott Peterson is innocent? Because now we have the vehicle that Lacey was attacked in. And do they know the owners of the vehicle? So here's my thinking. This is weird. Okay, we're going to go into left field here, okay? Ready to go off into left field here? Let's go off into left field here. Now, if you rewind and think about all the people that have come out and talked about the Scott Peterson case and everything, one lady said she believed that Lacey, there is a cult in San Francisco area that does humans, can I say sacrifices? I think I say sacrifices. And they wanted to do one on Christmas Eve of a pregnant woman. And so she's like, well, maybe it's the cult. Maybe Scott Peterson's innocent because the cult has been known to do it. They just previously, wasn't it around Easter or something, did another one. Like, this cult does sacrifice people. Here's my thinking. We're going off in left field now. I think Scott Peterson knew about this cult. I think Scott Peterson went and found him. I think he told him, I got a pregnant wife you can have. And I think they told Scott Peterson, just make sure you're well alibied. And so Scott Peterson said, no problem. A golf receipt, a ticket at the marina going boating, something like that. Perfect. Alibis. Now, I don't know why, if they did this for Scott Peterson, this is the big question mark. Why would they unalive Lacey for Scott Peterson and then seriously go dump her body where Scott Peterson was fishing to make it look like it really was him that did it? And there is a chance that it looks like that Lacey might not have been dumped in the water right away or something. Like, there is some weird stuff on her autopsy. And so I'm thinking that Scott Peterson is kind of like Gypsy Guilty. He didn't get his hands dirty, but he did ask somebody else to do it. See, he didn't want the baby. He never wanted a baby. He just wanted... I don't even know why he wanted a wife, because he was cheating on her from day one. Like, he was never faithful to Lacey. He never was. I don't even know why he married her. He shouldn't have married her because he was never faithful to her. And so I wonder how he got a hold of this cult as it calls, whatnot, because Scott Peterson knows that that mattress has Lacey's DNA on it. He knows. He knows this is going to exonerate him, or he wouldn't be calling the Innocence Project in and having this mattress retested. And so, yeah, I'm thinking, what if the burglars were part of it? What if the burglars were a lookout or something? Because it is kind of odd that morning, too, that there were burglars there. That a lot of odd things happened that Christmas Eve morning. A lot of out of the ordinary things happened. And so I'm wondering if he's like, well, you guys need somebody? I got a wife that I don't want anymore. He's like, here, take her. Take it. And so he's guilty because I think Scott Peterson set it up. I think he told them, my wife's going to walk the dog like usual. I'll leave my house at this time. I'll have receipts. I'll be alibied. Because he literally alibied himself every step of the way. As soon as he got to the office, he checked into the computer so that he had a timestamp. Look, I arrived exactly 45 minutes later. You know? I drove, and I came here, and I got straight on the computer, no fooling around. Colt could have been... Yeah, because some reason, I think the cult set Scott up and knew to dump the body there. I think the cult did it. And how much is Scott Peterson a part of it, though? Did he ask him? Did he know they were going to do it? Because his alibi always bugs me. Why is he so well alibied? And he was saw by a lot of people. A lot of people saw him. He fumbled with that boat all crazily, and people were laughing at him. If you got your unalived wife in the boat, you're not going to be all fumbling with the boat and getting people's attention to you. And plus, why would you go expose or dispose of something in the middle of the day? At middle of the day, literally on the docks, you're on the boat ramp where everybody else is going and waiting to get. Why would you have your unalived wife wrapped up in the boat on a boat ramp where people can see it? Unless he did have those umbrellas on top of her, but then where would Scott sit in the boat? If there was Lacey, 3 umbrellas, how is Scott going to fit in the boat? And so that's what I'm wondering about. All right, did he call the cult Did he message them? Text them or something? Make a deal? And for some reason they double crossed him and said, hey, look, it would be funny if we go dump his wife where he went fishing. And then nobody will look at us, the cult. Everybody will look at him. Lacey take a walk? Oh. Nobody talked to her. All the neighbors saw Lacey through the windows. Like 21 of them saw her. Like every neighbor out there. Every neighbor. And so that is a possibility. That he had somebody fake that. That is a possibility. But if he had to fake it, where was Lacey at that point? Because once again, Scott Peterson, yeah, he's alibied. But what gets me is he docked the boat, okay? He kept having troubles docking the boat so bad that a group of guys were laughing at him because he's doing a bad job at docking this boat. Everybody can tell he is like a first-time boater or whatever you want to call him. He's a first-timer out there. Yeah, she was found on April 18th. Current girlfriend. I don't get. But yeah, like, whoever goes about their day and is that well alibied. He's got gas receipts, work receipts, marina receipts, more gas receipts, all these. Oh my gosh, he's got so many receipts for buying snacks. He receipts for buying bait. See, and that's the thing was, so if Scott Peterson had done it, he could have had somebody fake walk the dog and then release the dog close to home and take off. What neighbors were watching, because did the neighbors see that one happen? The fake Lacey takes off. But, so he goes, say somebody fake walks it. So that morning, at like 8:30 in the morning, when he's loading the boat with his umbrellas that everybody says, they said he had 3 large umbrellas that he was loading into the boat, which means that would be a perfect cover for the body. Put the body in the boat, put 3 large umbrellas over her. Nobody would question you taking out a boat with 3 large umbrellas. There's no question about that. That's normal, okay? But when he was docking the boat, when he got there and he was docking the boat, I don't think anybody said anything about like there being umbrellas in there and the boat looked full, or they just said he looked funny fumbling around with the boat. You could tell he was a first time fisher, and I can see if I can find those interviews. Cause let's see if we can find the interview where the guys are talking about Scott Peterson docking the boat at the marina. Cause this is important. If he dumped the body had to be in the boat when he was docking it. That is important. So we're going to see if, let's see, what we can find out about nobody usually pays attention, but these guys said that he was fumbling around so bad like a newbie that it got their attention. Because that's one thing that I noticed about the case was people saw him dock that boat. If there was, and it's not a very, okay, hold on. First of all, realize how big Scott Peterson's boat is. Let's see if we can find a picture of his boat. See, okay. These boats are really difficult. Where do you stow away a body in boats like these? Because of those three middle seats make it hard. And I do believe the theory that if he threw her overboard, the boat might have capsized and went with, and he would have went with it. Let's see. Case boat. Does that say pliers? Okay. They did find one piece of hair on the pliers in the boat in the story. That was it. No other hair or evidence that Lacey was in that boat. Let's see, why Scott Peterson is guilty explained. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Scott Peterson seen docking boat. Maybe that'll be it. Scott Peterson can toss stuff over. I had a boat like that. Okay. When he was putting in, like, he was docking it. I'm trying to see where the interview, there's an interview with the people that saw him dock the boat. Here's the evidence prosecutors pressed. Outrageous defense claims. Nowadays, when you type in Scott Peterson's name, it's constantly talking about the appeal. But a lot of people just believe he's guilty. I wonder if he's guilty like Gypsy is. He didn't get his hands dirty, but he orchestrated it. I think he orchestrated it. And this is before I knew about Gypsy's case that I came up with this. So I didn't come up with this just because I've been working on Gypsy's case and a light bulb hit. Like, this light bulb hit last year. Because I was just like, man, this case, his alibi bugs me. Like, I bet he didn't think he'd ever see jail because his alibi was so perfect. Execution class over evidence. Okay, I'm trying to look for who saw the boat dock. Plastic, no evidence. Did they luminol Scott Peterson's bathroom? Whoops.
His divorce attorney.
Hey, New York Spawn. What's up? Scott Peterson, not a fishing expedition, huh? Yes. A lot about the Innocence Project now. Like, where's the early evidence? Let's see. Every piece of evidence in the Scott Peterson trial. The tracker dogs. Oh yeah, there's the tracker dogs. They did use those. It's so up in the air debate if the tracker dogs did this. Okay, fine. I don't know what this page wants me to do. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Try to think. Okay, let's see. New. Where's my mouse? Come on, mouse. Okay, stay. There we go. News about evidence against Scott Peterson. Duct tape. But did the duct tape have Scott's DNA on it, or was it too washed away because of the lake? Okay, let's see why he's guilty. Let's see this explained. Now, I admit him having that girlfriend makes his reputation down the hole. Yeah, everybody that Diane Sawyer interview, it says right there, everybody doesn't like the way Scott is talking, and he does laugh a lot, which is weird. And either Scott is a really, like, here's the hard part: when somebody passes away and then their spouse like becomes famous, infamous, whatever, has notoriety now, and everybody wants to interview them. Everybody's like, oh, my turn, my turn, my turn. And then they've never been interviewed before. They've never been under the spotlight, the pressure. I don't know if you can prepare anybody for this, because all people want to do is dig into your personal life. Like, what was your marriage like? Tell us about any fight. Like, was there any fight that was big and horrendous and horrible where, like, either you two want to kill each other or something, you know? And you're like, I'm going to strangle you. And so we're judging people off the first time they become infamous. Like, see, Gypsy Rose, the difference about her is she's used to interviews and stuff. She came out of prison, and she's already done a ton of interviews. When she was with her mom, when she was in prison, when she was here and there. We got a lot of interviews to test Gypsy against. To say, well, you were like this in this interview and these questions were asked. And back here, how come your questions don't match? Your body language is different. Blah, blah, blah. She was dumped in the San Francisco Bay, right? It's a mixture of fresh water and salt water. It's an estuary, which means it's a mixture. Okay, the salt water does come from the Pacific Ocean, while the fresh water comes from the Central Valley through the Delta. So they have it coming from the little mountains and hills, some fresh water. But then there's salt water coming in from the ocean. So the ocean gives it a little bit of saltiness. So it's not straight up salt water like the Salt Lake. The Great Salt Lake has so much salt in it, you just float. Everything floats in the Salt Lake Bay. So it's watered down salt water. It's watered down. I would believe that the media did create a false narrative of his guilt. The media does play a lot in how we think and feel. Like right now, my husband is going on and on and on about political things right now, how people are voting not because they know what's going on, and they're voting somebody because the media tells you to. The media says, oh, look, we got these great people right here. God love them, guys. Vote for them. President 2025. 2024, I guess. Actually, I don't know. Okay, let's see. What else we got? Okay. But some people are saying, hey, he didn't need the media. He did. Bracken water, it would be hard to weigh down a body in Salt Lake. Yeah. I've only taken my husband to the Great Salt Lake once. Because the second we step out of the car, his allergies go and his eyes just start turning red and watery and they just like explode with allergies. So we can't go to the Great Salt Lake because the air, but they got some good saltwater taffy. Head over and buy some saltwater taffy. I live about 10 minutes away from Saltaire. I think it's a 10-minute drive to Saltaire. Maybe 15. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Okay. Okay, so on December 7th, he started. Well, see, okay, yes, he did start researching buying boats on December 7th, told his girlfriend about it on the 9th and everything, blah, blah, blah. But if you are talking to the cult and you need to alibi yourself, he should have just went golfing with his dad or something. That would have alibied him. There's got to be a reason why Scott chose boating instead of golfing. And he didn't want, like, a friend literally next to him. Because Scott Peterson could have got a friend or family member to go golfing with him. And he could have been perfectly alibied. Picking up the friend, going out to the golf course, golfing all 18 holes and laughing all the way out. If it's still too early, go over to his house for a minute. Okay, let's see. And title. Small fishing boat. Okay, he paid cash for it, so nobody would know. I would question the eyewitness because if something every day. Well, that's why people are questioning. Did you see Lacey walk on Christmas Eve? Literally, was it Christmas Eve, guys? Because if she walks her dog every day, if she were to miss Christmas Eve, would you notice? Would you blame her? Because it's Christmas Eve. Would you expect her? Where'd my mouse go? Where'd you go, mouse? Ah! Hold on. I lost it again. There it is. There you are, mouse. Okay, I guess well, I know about Scott's blood on the comforter. But that's not enough to convict somebody. I keep losing my mouse. Come on, where are you? There you are. Oh. So she told her supporters she was going out walking. Okay. My head keeps getting carried away with thoughts. Days and then down. Wait, what does this say? Okay. Well, you can't believe the burglars. Of course they're going to lie and say we didn't do anything. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Another conspiracy theory was the original Peterson's. See, here's where they talk about the ritual sacrifice and that the baby was born alive. I wonder if they have her autopsy photos, Lacey. They probably should. Lacey's autopsy photos should be public record. Because how did they get the baby out? List the most common reasons people give for Lacey was still. Yeah, well, people say they literally saw her on the 24th, that she was alive and well. She was not unalived on the 23rd. Yeah, the brain is a crazy magical thing. It does fill in pictures. If you forget a detail, your brain will try and remember it naturally and fill it in for you. Especially if somebody, that's how people get manipulated sometimes and gaslighted. Because if you're really good, if you're really skilled at it, you can get somebody to rethink their memories and be like, oh yeah, I saw this. This is what I saw going on. Yep. Let's see. They relied heavily upon the scent sniffing dogs, but they also proved that a couple of them failed. So I don't know what to believe about the scent sniffing dogs. I don't know. Either they smelled it or they didn't. I don't know. Let's see. No, her hair wasn't exactly on the boat. It was one hair in the wrench on the boat, and the wrench was on the boat. Doesn't mean the wrench wasn't in the boat when Scott bought it. I mean, I never go into my husband's garage and workspace, but sometimes I do. See, this is the thing that sucks. There was not much physical evidence behind things. It's like, where's the evidence, dudes? Okay, here we go. Let's talk about, what's this at the marina? Okay, let's see something. The planter pots match the broken pots. Okay. Did they test? Okay. I have waist length hair. Yeah, when my first husband constantly complained about my hair being all over the house. My second husband's nicer about it. Let's see. I want somebody to talk about seeing Scott Peterson dock his boats. Come on, Mouse. Where'd you go again? There you. Found you for 2 seconds. There you are. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, pickles in the pressure cooker. Nice. You'll have to put up a picture in Discord and show me your pickles. And if you want to show the chilies too. Yeah. You made pickles. Nice. I love it. I've seen one person make homemade pickles before. Everybody go to Discord and see Budicia's pickles. What's this one key detail? Okay, let's see. This talks about there is some evidence that was missed, and it's about the boat. Okay, they're talking about the anchors. Okay. Appeared that they tried to weigh it down. Okay, they're talking about the weights though, nothing about the docking of the boat. I want to see the guys who talks about the docking of the boat. Did I spell dock wrong? I did. Oops. That's my bad. I spelled docks wrong. Let's do. Let's try that. There we go. Let's try this again. He even knew what Martha's show she was watching. Yes, talk to you. Thank you, Bodicia, for getting me to come back on stream, though. I do miss you guys. I just had to step back for a minute, and I do want to cover other content. Because what I was talking about before Meh stepped up was, there's nothing really left to report about Gypsy Rose right now. Okay, she's not doing interviews anymore. Her show is done for now. There's no show up to watch. You don't need 50 streamers reporting that she's having a girl. So I'm not running and trying to report about that. And, right now what's being reported. Oh yeah, I think this is what I was explaining during the 5 minutes my mic was silent. I think that's what happened, the 5 minutes my mic was silent. Because I was trying to bring up a video the other day on my streams, and everybody's like, Rose, don't listen to Crafton or whatever. He's a bad guy. So I didn't show the video because people were crapping all over Crafton. And I was like, well, because I watched the video and I thought it was good. I'm sorry people hate Crafton because I think he had a lot of informational things to say. And one of the things that Crafton was talking about is that when a case happens, Summer Wells, John Vinny Ramsey, all these cases, and they tell people if you see something, call in, here's the 1-800 number. And they open up a whole call center. Why do they open up a whole call center if only a few people should be calling in because they actually saw what happened? Well, they open up a whole call center because lonely people get bored. Lonely people need someone to talk to. They need something to do. So they'll be like 5 states away, but they'll call you and they'll say, oh, I'm their neighbor down the street and I've been over at the Blanchard's house a few times and I've watched the Blanchards and this and that, nah. And they have no idea who the Blanchards are. They don't know the Blanchards. What they're doing is they're watching the case, just like us. They're watching everything. They're good at gathering info, making up stories that are hot tea. And then, they watch us creators. Why is Nina getting all of a sudden? Because Nina, everything that's sent to her, if the tea is hot enough, she'll read it. She doesn't know if it's true. She doesn't care if it's true. They will interview you. You will become popular as long as you send it Nina's way. I would be wary about anybody who, it's like, I don't know, it's like, prove it. I don't know. How do you prove it without doxing, like Gypsy or something? Be like, go stand in front of their house and take a picture. Show me you're on their street, Go take a picture of the street. Go, So, yeah. Okay, here's the thing also. Everybody says, hey, Gypsy, the reason why we're talking about you is because you did the show, you did the interviews, you put yourself on camera, you put yourself out there, and anytime you put yourself out there in front of the camera and you do an interview or you do a show or you do what celebrities do, basically. We're going to talk about the show. We're going to talk about the interviews. We're going to give our points and we're going to give our thoughts. We have a right to what Gypsy makes public. Now, if somebody emails you and says, I'm their neighbor, I'm their friend, I'm whatever, and says, I want to give you the real tea on this family, that's when you're crossing the line into, are we trying to get somebody to go undercover and dig up her personal life? Do we have a right to what she doesn't put on camera? Do we have a right to talk to her neighbors and say, come on, give us the hot goss? To talk to people in their church, this is where you're crossing into doxing, dude. This is where you're kind of starting to cross that line into, we just got personal. And that's the line. I'm not going to sit here and spread news and info and tea about Gypsy just because it comes from a letter that was sent to Nina. And now Fancy's doing it too. Fancy on her last live, she's like, I get letters too. I'm important. She's like looking at the camera like, see, I get letters too. And so everybody's fighting over right now who discovers things first, who Who has the hottest tea? From where? From what source? Who is getting the sources? There are streamers out there that aren't getting all these emails because they know by the way that they talk and present their content that they're not interested in the hot tea and gossip, and they're not going to read their letter. Couple hundred people have, commented and stuff on things. But that's, they comment on what's being shown. Ken. It's hard that he's asking people not to make fun of his sister. But Ken, you are the adult. You can put the video up. Yes, crop her out of it. I'm sorry. Crop her out of it. She can't. Nobody under 18 should have to show their picture, be exploited, anything. Wow, she can't believe she's only 15. But yes, she does look like Gypsy. But, like, my daughter likes to stream. She's really nice, and I hope nobody ever be mean to her because she's really nice. But I'm sitting right here beside her, monitoring it all. Ooh, I gotta take this. Hold on, guys. Okay. Hey, yo. Yeah, I applied for a job a couple months ago. They finally called me back. I had to go in Monday and fill out the forms so I can start work. So I will be streaming in the evenings. I'll get my schedule next week, hopefully, and then I'll tell you guys when I have to work and when I can stream. Yeah. That's what I was just saying, W. Actually, that was my theory that I just talked about like half an hour or something ago. I think, yes, it's always bothered me that Scott was too well alibied. I think he asked the cult. I think he knows her DNA's on that bed because the cult did it. But somehow the cult must have backstabbed him. And why would the cult dump the body? Because I've always thought, if everybody knew about the cult in San Francisco, Scott might have known about the cult in San Francisco. He might have got them involved. That's why he knows there's DNA on that mattress. And so what the weird part is yes, Scott might get exonerated and might get out, but he's guilty just like Gypsy is because he hired somebody to do it. Oh, you were catching a veil up? Oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay. A cult to get rid of his wife. Remember a little about. Well, everybody's talked about the cult, and in Scott Peterson's trial, they tried to put it off on the cult. They're like, it's the cult, it's the cult. They did it. So I was talking something about also, okay. I am going to go back to starting covering other cases. And I'm going to cover Gypsy when she needs to be covered. When Gypsy does something publicly that needs to be covered, I'll be there. But I'm not going to dip into people's private lives. I'm not going to believe all these people that are coming out of the woodwork that hate the Blanchards, that are emailing and DMing people and saying, look, I'm close to the family, I promise you. We're going to have to discuss how much you want to allow in chat. It was getting out of hand, but... Okay. Yeah, we can discuss that. Because, like, I want people to be able to express their feelings, but no name calling, no bullying, no... We're a nice chat that everybody's going to have a different opinion. And especially this is going to be hard that there are people, I don't hate Morbid, I don't hate Starlight. I asked Vin Vader, do you think people can change? Well, it depends on what you think, though. I have noticed that he does carry forward certain behaviors. Like, everybody up on panel tells him about the case. He doesn't go research it himself. He just tries to cover what's entertaining and fun. And right now, one reason why he's grouping up with Nina is because they like to spread the rumors and gossip. And so, like, yeah, no doxing of any kind, no talking about people's children, yeah, none of that. We don't bring real life into this. We're on the internet, you guys, we're talking about internet stuff. I don't want no, yeah, they were talking about, oh my gosh, there's, I'll have to have Joshy Washy Doshy talk to you guys, because Joshy's been modding for me for over a year now, for like a year and a half now. And he has a way he likes to keep my chats too. Back over chat and see what was. I saw some what was happening. I kind of stuck my tongue out it. I love Dots. She's great. I know she's Morbid's mod, so it's really hard for her to be in my streams because Dots likes being in my streams, but with me bringing Noodles and Vin and everybody into my streams, I know it probably doesn't look good. It hurts a little bit that I'm doing that. Nina is very vicious. Did you guys see what Nina just recently did? Somebody tried to comfort Gypsy Rose in the comments and tell Gypsy, don't worry about Nina. You don't need to worry about Nina. Nina doxed him. Just for comforting Gypsy and saying, she's like, don't need to worry about me? And she gets all offensive because if you tell Gypsy, don't worry about Nina, just ignore her, and you give Gypsy that advice, which isn't bad advice. If somebody's hating on you, just ignore it. Well, let's see. I'm trying to... I haven't known Dots for very long. I was talking in a stream the other day, and she thought I was talking about Morbid's mods, but I was talking about Fancy's mods. But if she sees... She just kind of lurks, and the second she sees something she doesn't like, yeah, she does pipe up. And so I don't think anybody's ever seen Dots just casually chat for the fun of it. Like, she always pops up and... Oh, you just respect people's streams. I was watching Ryan Lee and Fancy the other night. You want to talk about a wild stream? Fancy was sitting there putting down everybody. She needs to just step off her high horse. Fancy, if you didn't tell anybody about the interrogation videos and the micro deletion, somebody else would have. The information would have came out one way or another. But the thing is Fancy didn't discover nothing. What did Fancy discover? Because Colleen discovered the micro deletion. Fancy had the crime scene photos for 5 years or more. She never discovered the lack of blood on the bed. I mean, Dee Dee should have bled out a couple of gallons into that mattress. I noticed it. Now all of a sudden, Fancy noticed it. I wonder if either her or one of her mods or something lurks around my streams and tells her what I say, and then she uses that content. Because I'm the only one that was talking about the lack of blood on the bed. I didn't see anybody else, maybe Candace Starr, I think, talk about it. But Candace Starr talked about it after I talked about it, so I wonder if Candace Starr did notice it or did she get it from me? Because everybody who was handed these crime scene photos, I am the only one that the first thing I said is, where's the blood? Because Fancy and Ryan Lee had been talking about how the blood splatter and everything's all wrong. When I saw the photos, I said, what blood splatter? There's none on the bed, there's none on the walls, there's none on the ceiling. What are you talking about, blood splatter? Problem with Fancy, I support her. The channel creator can speak about they wish. Like, no, I don't have any problems with Fancy, but she's been putting everybody down lately because, like I said, this is going to be weird if if the I've been thinking a lot about people saying that the autopsy is going to become available in September. There's going to be people that gatekeep it. They're going to keep it in their little circle of streamer friends. It's going to be a dog pile, and it's going to be like high school all over again. Either you FOIA request it or you don't get it unless you're friends with Fancy, then you can have it. I'm new to the whole Gypsy deep dive. She needs to calm down a little bit, because let me see there. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, it's not right to get up on your streams and start putting down everybody. See, what was it? Okay, let me look at her lives. Okay, here we go. Is it this one? I think it's right here. I think I'm even paused at it.
Ooh, adapted mind math. Come explore the site with me. I'm in first grade, so I'll pick that. Neato! A fun fishing adventure! Fish until you find the sunken ship. Oh, I'm excited!
Sorry, commercials. I get commercials. I need to fix this.
I think 9 is the answer. Hey, I got it right! But you know what's great about adapted mind? If I can't figure out the problem, like this one, I can click here to get an explanation from a real teacher. This helps me understand the concepts I don't.
Yeah, we need to, like I said, just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean you can't respect them. When I was up on panel with Nina, she doesn't remember being on panel with me, but I respect her. I talked to her. Even though I don't like that she spreads gossip and talks mean about everybody and doxes anybody who crosses her.
Don't quite get yet. Wow, look!
It's like, just because somebody tells Gypsy don't worry about Nina, they don't deserve to be doxxed. No, I don't think you're crossing the line, W. Like, share your opinions. I want people to be able to have an open space to. Okay, see, this is what I don't like. Let me see if I'm at that place.
I see you. I just sent her that.
Oh wait, no, it was down here.
Or the three the next day either. Or the 3 the next day.
Diehards, and we appreciate the fact that you care about us and that you saw a very public blowout and you're worried that the other person is going to fuck up the other person. We understand all of that, but what you have to understand is you weren't here to see what was going on in the background and how many people were pulling strings in the background that made this whole thing blow up 10 times farther than it probably ever would have, could have, or should have. So yes, people use triangulation to divide and isolate. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And I'm going to tell you, and this is going to sound insane, but I wrote out a list of 19 people that have been 100% running around, running their mouths, starting things, creating drama, hating on people, going real life, doing anything and everything they could do for one sole reason, and that's to shut me up and to shut Ryan up and to destroy the powerhouse that they saw in January. Because I'm telling you
what are you doing?
their fuckery, and everybody else could just go back to regularly scheduled programming, and they could all just go live clearly not very well. Okay. And you know what? On a regular day, I would go there with you. I'd be like, this woman is a complete nut job. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell is wrong with her. Why is she doing this? I don't know why it won't go off that won't go off of there. There we go. It's weird.
Let's see.
To then have people be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you don't like me, don't watch me.
Oh, yeah, here we go. This is the whole spiel she goes through about, yeah, if you don't like us, don't watch our channel, and blah, blah, blah. People watch what they want to watch, and they think, well, if you don't like me and you watch my channel, Ryan literally says it. Why don't you go, instead of watching me for 2 hours, why don't you go have sex for 2 hours or something? Like, you have... Okay, so if you don't like Fancy and you watch her channel, that means you have a lame-ass life. If you like Fancy and you watch her channel and you donate money to her, then you're fine. You don't have a lame-ass life. You only have a lame-ass life if you don't like Fancy and watch her.
About everything, and then the things you didn't like absolutely proved that I did do the things I said I did. So not sure what you were going for there, but here's the thing. You know what? You can say whatever you fucking want about me. It doesn't make it true. It doesn't. And the fact of the matter is that every single one of you that runs around talking shit about me at one point in time sat at my table, and all I ever wanted to do for any of you was make your dreams come true too.
Brandy last night said, I'm not talking shit about Fancy. She's finally free of Fancy, and she just wants to tell her side of the story without Fancy getting involved in her side of the story. That's all she wants. She doesn't want to be mean to Fancy. See, this is the problem. How people view what you're doing. When you have a falling out, and your story is a little bit different than the other person's story, they think that you're just coming after them to be mean on purpose and you're purposely trying to hurt them. No, people just want to go back to their platform where they have a safe space to air out how they feel. Well, yeah. Like, I didn't watch Morbid's last live. I went to check and see what was going on, and then I saw Ken step up, and that's the only... I watched the last 15 minutes with Ken on. But if you don't like somebody, yeah, don't sit there for 4 hours and watch them. But if you check in on them and then you do see something you like, well, watch it then. I mean, there is wisdom in what she says, but what the thing is, where the fallacy comes in, is if you don't like her and you watch her, you have a lame-ass life. You're bored. Go do something. If you like her and you watch her, your life is just fine. It's not lame. You're not bored. You're fine.
You all came to me saying, I want to do this, I want to do that. And I tried to make that happen. Did I make that happen for everybody? No. But you all didn't do anything to help yourselves either. And I'd sure as shit like to ask every single one of you, what have you done?
But here's the thing. Fancy gets to tell her side of the story. So Brandy can't tell her side? Just because her side differs from Fancy? So only one person... Like, Morbid's mad at me because I gave Vin Vader a voice. I found out that Morbid either didn't understand what Vin did and he mistook it, or he lied to me. And that's what got me interested in Vin Vader, because Morbid's story didn't match Vin's story. This is your safe space, but is getting... Well, the reason is when I saw the Invaders say that he never called Morbid a pedophile, and I watched a little bit of his interview, just like any other streamer, I emailed him. I reached out to him. And yeah, he says he never called Morbid a pedophile. He called him a groomer. And if what he showed really did happen, that does look like grooming. Unless that really is splicing kids' voices. But he was literally talking to the kids. Morbid was talking to the kids. He was saying, I know you're young. You know, you're 15, but you have a voice. Now understand what Morbid kind of was trying to do about saying, well, the youth of America, no, they're not being listened to. I understand what Morbid was saying. However, on the flip side, that doesn't give you permission to talk sexual things with minors because you think that they should have a voice. There are two separate things. Letting kids have a voice in political subjects is very different than playing sexual stuff for them. Though they're two different things. One crosses the line, one doesn't. So I don't say that Morbid's 100% wrong. He's not. I appreciate him trying to give young people a voice. Just keep it political. Keep it on track. But the second you derail and go into those very personal subjects, there is a point where you cross lines with kids. But what's going on with Fancy right here is she's acting like everything we know about Gypsy came from her. As if people didn't watch the interviews and the act in Mommy, Dead, and Dearest on their own and make up their own opinion. Because she didn't pass out Mommy, Dead, and Dearest. She didn't pass out the act. She didn't pass out all the information on Gypsy. She didn't. She never did. Now, I do credit Fancy for doing some things. Her and Colleen were the first ones to talk about the micro deletion. Well, Rod talked about it in Mommy, Dead, and Dearest. But nobody, until Colleen came along, took the micro deletion seriously. Because Rod knew about it. He said it in Mommy, Dead, and Dearest. In the interview with Dr. Phil, Gypsy does say that she has microcephaly. Nobody sat there and Googled microcephaly and everything and then brought it out, as far as I know, besides Fancy. You don't get to gatekeep information. My beef is if you come into my channel and I say something new, like I just did with Scott Peterson, that I think he ran to the cult and hired the cult or something, or offered his wife up to the cult. I think he made a deal with the cult. And I think it backfired when they decided to put her body in the bay. But, so do a courtesy and just give me a small shout out that you got that from me. That's all. I don't care that you go use that information. Go ahead. I put it out there. Just give me a little shout out. Don't just take it and say it's your idea. That's all I ask. You know, that's what you're doing as streamers. A courtesy. That's what got Morbid in trouble in the past. He would read magazine articles word for word, acting like it's his own stuff. It's not. It's not okay to just take somebody else's idea and you, because you're more popular and you have a bigger channel, you bring it out as your idea, and then it spreads like wildfire once it hits a big channel like yours. I don't want all the glory. I just want a small shout out. Going, hey, I watched Rose's channel. She had this good idea. The information can go floating out there. Just a small shout out. What's wrong with that? Many tabs open. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just talking about, you can't gatekeep information, but at least just give somebody a shout out if you get it from their channel. Okay, yeah. Fancy, yeah, this is my beef with Fancy is right here. This is what she's doing. She's the maestro, remember? When people call her the illustrious maestro and stuff, it does go to her head a little bit.
In the last 8 years, what content have you put out that is hitting 10 million views on Tasha K? Where did you find the...
See, there you go. Look at that, W. Because she just said the glory's going to her head. She's like, I was featured on Tasha K. Not you. Me. Me on Tasha K. Well, I'm sorry I'm not as popular as you, Fancy. I'm a small streamer, but just because I came into the game back in December when she was released, well, like I told you guys, I was going through my own shit. I had to stop streaming for 5 years. I had real life stuff come up. So no, my channel didn't continue to get bigger and grow and evolve. I didn't even know about the true crime community back 9 years ago. 10 years ago. And so this is where Fancy's like, I'm the bigger, better one that came out with the information. No, Fancy, you came out with the information when you broke up with Christy. Well, some of the information. You still didn't know about the micro deletion. You had to get Colleen on that. And so she is gatekeeping. She does credit Colleen in a way, though she does, but her and Colleen haven't had a falling out, so she still credits Colleen. Well, here's the bad thing about Fancy. Here, let me show you something. This is what irks me about Fancy. Okay, I wonder if it's on Exposing the Good Wives Network. It might be on there. I might be able to find it faster over here. No, not that. Is it called the Fancy Tea Society? Let's see. Let's rewind a couple months ago. Let's see. Trying to think, where is it? Maybe it's not on here. Let's go back to YouTube. When did I watch it? I'm trying to think. Might have been a couple days ago. Daughter had significant. Yeah, that's awesome, W. Like, eventually the information would have got out there. Maybe a little slower if Christine had or Colleen hadn't found it. But what Fancy did is she put all the medical records behind a paywall. You had to pay to get them. She did gatekeep the information. That's what Gypsy was suing her for. Too Fancy and someone. Natasha Cooper. I love Anxious Aunt. They just discovered Natasha Cooper. I hear Natasha Cooper's bad for the breakup. Well, Rod even said it the other night when he was up with Fancy. He said, you brought Christy a script that she didn't agree with. And Fancy's like, well, I only cared about the truth. And they did get upset. I need to bookmark these and stuff when I find them. I don't think it's that one. It's not Brown Gate. I remember Fancy was sitting at her desk, trying to find what I was looking for. But you guys remember when Fancy came home from Chillicothe? Fancy came home from Chillicothe. Her and Pink Hat got charges all of a sudden. So that was around July 12th, I think. Or no. Let's see. Let's see. What is this?
Hey guys, it's Fancy, and it has been a very long, crazy, weird day. So if you have heard the rumors that are going around that Bree and the rest are spreading, I am not going to be addressing them over here. Our team will not be addressing them at all. We have said our piece. We were interviewed tonight by Natasha Cooper on her Rumble and her...
It's funny how Fancy does keep going back to Natasha Cooper. I thought they hated each other. Had microcephaly. Okay. And that's a long word. Was on ventilator feeling... Okay, so you kind of... This is where you kind of come into the Gypsy Rose case, because this is where you're kind of linked. Did dozens of tests and never figured out what was wrong. Love to read the medicals. Well, are the medicals leaked now? I know the crime scene photos got leaked, but I don't think the medicals got leaked. She said it would be too much. Yeah. She is. She's not putting everything out there. Which, it's a hard thing because does the medical records are kind of personal things, but Gypsy gave them to anybody who was doing a documentary on her.
Twitch. And that is all we have to say about the situation. I think this is very awful. I think that the people who are accusing us of this are hideous.
Okay, let's see. It's not. Let's see. That's about. Okay, somewhere up over here then. I mean, Fancy makes fun of, like, Gypsy taking a break from social media and then, oops, just kidding, comes back. Well, she said she wasn't doing Gypsy content anymore. Yet, here she is doing Gypsy content. Yeah, like, if you have, Avel's right, if you have this micro deletion, like, Gypsy... It's like a spectrum. Some have it way worse, like Pepper in American Horror Story, and Gypsy should find herself extremely lucky. The end she is on. Yeah, they do need to be public because it is part of... It determines... She says there was medical abuse. We need to see the medical records. It does need to be public view. Because if you're going to cry and say I was medically abused, then show the receipts that you were medically abused. Gypsy's just really upset because it backfired on her. She had a shit ton of medical records, but it backfired. It's not that one. I'm trying to find the right one. It's somewhere right over here. Here's about the
Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network, and I'm giving you a sneak peek into our documentary that is coming up for 2025 called America's Sweetheart Schmurderers, Gypsy Rose and Nick. So in that document...
And here's the problem. Fancy's explaining it to you right here. If you want to see the medical records, go see my documentary. We'll talk about it if you watch my documentary. That's why she's gatekeeping the information.
Documentary, we will be showing all kinds of the behind the scenes stuff that we went through to discover the truth of what really happened with Gypsy Rose, Dee Dee Blanchard, and Nicholas Godejohn. Now, in 2011, Gypsy was diagnosed with the 1Q21 chromo, you know what, since TikTok doesn't like us using actual words, weird TikTok. Anyway, Gypsy was seen by Dr. Lepachon twice in 2011, and I found something in the record dated 3/2/2011. I'm going to show that to you in a second. So Gypsy and Christy both claim that Dee Dee doctor shopped, but throughout her entire medical records and history, that is not the case. What is the case is that wherever Dee Dee moved, she would find her group of doctors. Those doctors would treat Gypsy for years on end, and if she moved again, then obviously she'd have to find new doctors.
Yep.
That's pretty normal. She wasn't just taking her to countless doctors. Anyway, Gypsy also claims all the way up until the unaliving of her mama that Dee Dee was...
Oh, I'm sorry, Ava. I hope that your life gets better. Like, if you need a rant or whatever, we're here for you. I hope that it's hard to, but sometimes you got to step back and deal with real life issues, and real life BS sucks. And this is the hard part about what's going on in the community, the Gypsy Rose community. We should be sharing everything. We should be coming to this true crime community to be together, share the information, share ideas with each other. Like I said, I don't mind if you copy what I say. Just give me a little shout out for the fact that you never would have thought about it except for you saw it on my channel. Sure, it's gatekeeping. She intended to make. Well, she has already given out all of her script pretty much, though, I heard.
Still dragging her to countless doctors. But according to this report, Dee Dee was no longer seeking out diagnoses. And we know that from 2011 to 2015, there ain't a whole lot in her files, folks. But let me show this to you real quick, because I found this very interesting. If you look right here, now you see that is 3/2/2011, okay? If you look right here, read this actual paragraph right here, okay? Gypsy is a 17-year-old young lady with a complicated medical history. She was much older than 17, but that's okay. Including muscular dystrophy, fraud, not treated, but fraud, of unknown etiology, generalized epilepsy of unknown etiology.
Let the ranting No problem. I understand because it's really hard. Like I tell people, if you want to talk about your problem, go ahead. If you want to talk about it in a vague way so we can help you, but you don't have to actually state the problem if you want to talk about it in like a vague way. Or you could just come here to relax and just be honest and just be like, yeah, I'm stressed out, guys. I got some real life BS. So don't go too harsh on Aval, because they don't need that added stress of us. You know? Okay. Yeah, take care of you first. That's why this week I took a break, because I had a lot to think about. What was going down in the community. I had a real life bomb hit my life. You know, metaphorical bomb, but, you know, just people dropping bombs in my life.
History of a syrinx at C7 and C8. Yeah, folks, that's lesions on her spine.
And I had to do some major Fortnite work. I had to spend all my V-Bucks to get it, because I couldn't do it. I couldn't get 25 more levels.
And yep, she actually has them. Seen the freaking x-rays. Anyway, and flaccid dysplasia. In the past, I had been interested in working her up for her disorder. However, we were not able to obtain the records from Louisiana. Funny, because the referring doctor had those records from 2005. Dr. Steele, care to explain? Anyway. And the mother has had considerable difficulty in getting to Kansas City. Dee Dee was really getting sick.
She was.
Dee Dee was declining in health. She couldn't drive all the time. She couldn't make these trips, and she wasn't just dragging her everywhere. Now, there were things that they had planned, such as a trip to Florida for a charity function in June that they never got to in 2015. But they sure did raise money for it, and I'm wondering if that was the money in the safe. It was posted on Gypsy's Snow Gypsy account, all about it, and she even talked about Dr. Le Pachon. We posted that video before for you, just so you can go check.
Oh, whoops. What'd I do? Whoops. I thought that I had that. Whatever. I'm trying to find something, but, well, basically what happened is what I'm trying to talk about is, so Fancy goes to Chillicothe with Sarah. Everything's great and wonderful. They get back, like, what, a week later they get sued? Her and Sarah. Fancy makes a couple videos about the new lawsuit. And that's what I'm trying to find, is the videos. Because Fancy sits there and tells you how her and Sarah together are trying to get the new lawsuit dismissed. Which is funny. So, I heard that Fancy's books are basically this Gypsy Rose. There's a series she made about Nick and Gypsy. It's like 15, 20 different streams. There's a big... I've watched it. I watched it back in March, when I first found out about the Good Wives Network. Okay, right here. Check this out.
17. On.
Okay.
Got a murderer, and her con artist family. And we are bringing light and justice and truth to that story. And that is all we are doing. We're not bullying an abuse victim. We're not bullying a child. And we've not bullied any of you. You all are the bullies. You have done nothing but bully me and Sarah constantly since January.
As a matter of fact, guys.
Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe this isn't the one. Okay, this is about some kind of like Sarah Montgomery case. I don't know. Maybe that's not the one I was looking for. Okay, that's the wrong drama, Darren. Maybe it's this one.
This game.
No problem, Evil. We're always here for you. Whether you want to, just chill and relax, or like I said, talk about it vaguely, or just need to be somewhere. That's the kind of community I've tried to build, is a place where people can just go. And it doesn't matter what problem you're going through. It's important to you, so it's important to me. And I don't care what problem it is. Whether I agree with the problem or not. Things can't wait while I play on the internet, yeah. And so, yeah, we have venting places in Discord, and there's two places to tell your problems in Discord. There's venting, where you can talk about your problem openly, and people will answer you. Or there's confessions, where it will hide your name, so you can talk about the problem, but nobody knows whose problem it is. We just know that we're helping somebody. But if you don't want people to tie that problem to your name, well then hit the confessions button. I think we still have confessions in the new stream. I told Brad to keep confessions and venting. I know we kept venting. Let's see. Yeah, venting. No, we need to get confessions back up. I don't think we have confessions. Yeah, I need to see if the confessions is... We need to put confessions back up. Yeah, in Discord, just get a hold of Joshi Washi Dashi. He's my main mod, and he takes care of everything. with Discord and my streams and everything, and he's the biggest one that sets my boundaries of what can and can't be said. And come on, commercial, get over with. Oh my god, this is a long commercial. Why are you giving me these long commercials? I need to, that's it. This weekend, I'm writing a letter to Google. That's it, I'm writing you a letter because I'm done with these commercials. Okay, here we go.
One of my first suspected that the suspect did Blue Shirt Man is also the prosecuting attorney on the criminal charges filed, Adam Warren. And I want to stay right here, guys. I was not the fine with each other. It's enough. We are done. I don't want to talk about that anymore. But Ryan, yes, they spoke to Bree, Emma. Ryan came out and said that the Blanchard family had seen the video, which I would like to know how, because Mike Stanfield should not have seen the video. He's not listed in this. You know, he's not charged in this. He's a witness. No, I strenuously, is that how this goes? That's what I feel like we're looking at right here. Right. The judge was already annoyed that you brought this into his courtroom in the first place.
Yeah, you can tell he was so annoyed.
Yes. Gypsy is suing me. Yes. Not new news there. Yep. Got to show me, because you can take a picture of the channels you're subscribed to. Show me that. Take that picture and send it in with your meme. Just something funny, even if it's not yours. You can send it in. We're not going to, we'll just anonymously put it up there for y'all. But the difference between those two they're vastly different. Based on a true story means that it's supposed to be mostly true. They may have changed some names or whatever, but what they're representing, is the truthful story of what happened. Inspired by a true story is wildly different than that. That is, we saw this thing and we really kind of liked it, and so we decided to write a story about it, but it's not really that story at all. Okay, but people don't know that because all they see is truth.
Okay, fancy legal update. Let's see, hold on. Okay, yeah, lives. Okay, fancy Chad Daybell. Fancy legal update. That's the lawsuit with the Blanchards. Our final Gypsy Q&A, and then we're done with Gypsy. No, you're not. Where is it? Is it this one?
Eve Online on Mac.
Oh, I play that Eve game on Mac, huh? But the thing is, maybe I can't find the video, but the video's out there where Fancy's talking about me and Sarah. She's talking, when she says we, just like Sarah says, she does use the terms we. No, I'm just kidding. She's talking about her and Sarah fighting the charges. Her and Sarah were tight like this until Sarah left the Good Wives Network. As soon as she left the Good Wives Network, Fancy's now like, hey, Mike Stanfield, I'll help you take down Sarah.
Hey, guys. It's Fancy.
Attorney, and I'm hoping that, maybe we can help her with that today. And she does go, I believe, next week on the 17th, so she'll be covering that. And okay. So, hello.
I don't know what you just told everybody. I'm not sure. But anyway, guys, today what I really wanted to come on and talk about is give you some updates on the legal battle that I am facing, both with the criminal charges and the civil shit that is going on. So basically with the civil, with the, is it for her and Sarah, or is the charges just for Fancy? No, the charges are for Sarah. And Sarah is in the hospital right now. So she is sick. That is why Sarah has not been here. Stop trying to make drama where drama does not need to be.
Now, see, look at Fancy. Sarah's in the hospital. Sarah's sick. Knock it off. Quit making drama. Sarah's fine. Because everybody's going, I think Sarah, this is when we were speculating that Sarah and Fancy broke up, but they weren't yet. And Fancy's shutting down any rumors.
Mm-hmm. There is a reason Sarah's not here. She is not feeling well. And beyond that, I don't want Sarah talking about this where people can get her upset and flustered, and she can say things that she can have used against her in a court of law. It's not okay. Okay? So guys, please, please, please stop trying to stir up drama, asking where Sarah is and why she hasn't been live. She has been live. We covered the prison confessions live. We have done we've done a couple other things together live, and so maybe you've missed them on the platforms, but you know, we were on Twitch and Rumble for the prison confessions because we couldn't do them over here because of copyright, you know. So possibly you've missed her, but there is no reason for you guys to be talking about that everywhere at all. You know, I really
see, she's protecting Sarah right here. I don't want Sarah upset. I don't want Sarah talking about it. I don't want Sarah to say anything that could be used against her in a court of law. She's very protective right here. But then her and Sarah break up, and boom, it turns out Sarah's been this horrible person all this time, and she's done all these horrible things to Fancy, and this is the crazy, weird backstabbing that's going on. That just, you went from protecting Sarah, caring about Sarah, to bashing the shit out of her every moment you can get. Yeah. We've seen all your Pink Hat Sarah videos. Right.
So check this out. Gypsy Rose Blanchard's old cat that she abandoned outside of the mobile home after committing the heinous crime. Well, we have an update, and a good one. The cat's name is Princess Sweetie Pie, and Shoddy
Heard that, yeah, it was adopted out or something.
Chu over at TikTok updated everybody about Gypsy's old cat. And guess who's in the comment section? That's right, good old Gyp Dipshit. Come on, I wouldn't have commented if I were you, Gyp. This is a cat that you decided to leave outside, in which people and the authorities had to track down to rehome because of what you did to your mother. So here's the original Facebook post by Dee Dee Blanchard herself in regards to the cat. Caption, Princess Sweetie Pie in her tutu to match with Gyp, smiley face emoji. Again, this is Gypsy's old cat.
What is that red stuff on the cat? What is that?
And of course, the main question was for quite some time, anyone wonder what happened to this cat?
Well, it looks disgusting. Oh, what? Is that a tutu? It's a tutu, right? It looks so weird. Okay, it is a tutu.
Was for quite some time. Anyone wonder what happened to this?
I'm sorry, I had to take off. Yeah, I just answered you on the DM. It's cool. Like I said, I'm not surprised that nobody had to convince me of anything. Like I said, I started noticing stuff myself. And I did come back to my stream the first time and complained, and I told everybody, go watch the VODs. There's proof out there. He stole my shit.
Doesn't even know how to cook. And the most important part, probably doesn't even care to learn. Oh, and it's so rich, Gypsy had anything to say about Ryan's messiness. Ken Urker's the only one doing the chores and taking care of her while she's pregnant, you know, feeding her multiple times. Troll. Go to Walmart and go, she's doing okay though. But I do have to mention something. Sorry, but that cat is not well taken care of. That's not healthy for an animal to be that overweight. However,
it is. That cat is big. How'd that cat get so big? To share this out, hun. No problem. Share away. I was telling my husband what's funny is I started out on Morbid's panels and jumping in that true crime circle of friends, and I ended up on the opposite side with Vin Vader and everybody. See my earlier message, Morbid apologized to you on his last live in the oh, I didn't watch Morbid because and let me look. Okay, I just I didn't see that. I quit watching Sir Morbid because his panel drives me nuts, okay? They share a lot of misinformation. I'm kind of like, Fancy was complaining this too the other day. I think it was Fancy. It just drives me nuts. I just want to go up there on panel and correct everybody. Because I really hate the misinformation. Well, I feel like, I don't know if Morbid is mad at what I did or what, but here's the thing. Vin Vader didn't call him a pedophile and doesn't deserve to have the news spread that Vin Vader is trying to make Morbid look like a pedophile. Like I said, I understand him wanting to give kids a voice. But it crosses a line when I'm glad he's working with adults right now. Like, there's been nobody young up on his panel. They're all around our age. So everything you want to talk about is kind of appropriate, even though, like, I didn't like Cowboy being up there. I didn't like Cowboy being up there. I wasn't into all those dirty details. Oh, that's today. Okay, this would be his last live.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, like, why did he move?
Celeste Johnson, not Karina, Carms, everybody rolling in here. But enough of that. Turn off the music. Let's get to the people. Let's do it. My music.
Wow.
It's me.
Look who made it.
I made it.
For a little while.
Because the reason I emailed Vin Vader was I did feel for Morbid when he said that nobody should be called a pedophile if they're not and stuff. But the problem is I haven't seen the receipts and the proof of what Morbid did to Vin Vader and what the drama is going on with his daughter. But he never called Morbid a pedo. A groomer? When you do that kind of stuff with kids, and what I heard him saying to the kids was grooming behavior. It was kind of inappropriate behavior. When you have people I have a lot of people on my Twitch that game with me that are under 18. I'm trying to curb my swearing and stuff in front of them, even though these teenagers swear worse than me, 10 times worse than me. I need to be the bigger person and not swear around them. Okay.
You like raw mash? You like raw mashed potatoes? A while.
It's me.
There's some fun. It's not efficiently. Enough of that. Turn off. I appreciate that very, very much. No. 13th already, almost mid-August, man. Wow, things are going quickly and fast, and it's hot out there. I'm sure in some parts of the United States.
13th hour is another person who's left Morbid's chats crying. I'm a place for people to come. I have seen like 3 or 4 people now leave Morbid's panel crying, and they come to me because we support each other, because there are people who will never go up on Morbid's panel again because of how harsh it gets over there. Hey, Morbid. Interesting. I'm learning a lot of new things. This is the guy I was telling you about.
Oh, is that?
He's the one who said, "Go do what you do best." He says it at the end.
To do that. Are you ever going to meet me in person? Have you ever been in a fight? Have you ever even looked a man in the face and talked shit to him? Somehow I doubt it. I doubt it. Margaret's bluffing. No, I'm not. Where's the? I can get your address. It was funny. He's like, "You're a pussy for not coming on the live stream." I'm like, I will come to your house right now and we can do a live stream. But guess who backed down? Guess who backed down?
Yeah, okay.
We had a young lady that called in a while back.
He didn't say
I was
it
having
on
a conversation
this
with
video, but at the end of his video, and I was like, wow. See, that's exactly what I've noticed is we give him the content. And then I know Fancy and Nina have stolen content from Morbid's lives. We go up on Morbid's panel. We tell Morbid about the case. What I care about is, I don't care if Morbid repeats what I say, whether he gives me credit or not, in a way. But what upset me was when he shut me down, told me no, Rose, and then goes and uses my words 2 days later. It's like 2 days ago you were disagreeing with me. Now all of a sudden, you're using my words? It's like you shut me down in front of everybody. It's like, what? You shut me down. Which is funny that he keeps doing these apologies. So, let's see. But I agree with Morbid. He said Jim Renan was not a good man. No, the Candace Star was the second time he shut me down. No, it was when he went on Into the Weeds podcast. Yeah, we all love 13th Hour. She has been kicked off 2 people's panels now. Not kicked off, I would say, but bullied off. Sir Morbid's panel. And then I was watching, there's a channel called Granny's Watching. I think you know Granny's Watching. 13th Hour left Granny's Watching crying also. People are so mean to 13th Hour. She keeps having to leave panels because people are mean. See, the doxing needs to stop. The doxing needs to stop. There's this one guy a couple years ago. I was looking back on Hello Starlight's streams from a couple years ago. And this guy stepped up there and said, yeah, we need to stop the doxing. He's like, if you have an issue with somebody online, step up on their panel one-on-one. Not you and a bunch of your buddies on panel. One-on-one. Deal with it right there. One-on-one. If you have a problem with a streamer, hash it out. Online. Don't bring their family into it. Because, yeah, I don't need my husband or my kids. I got some real life shit going on right now. I do not need people pulling that into the internet. Don't punish my kids because I said something you don't like. With multiple new channels. Okay. What channel was it I was saying again? But yeah. I guess he's getting ready to go live right now. Morbid, I think. He's getting ready to go live at 5:30. Wow, he's putting this up early, huh? It's still over an hour away.
United States and the world. So that's awesome. I mean,
You ain't know that as
great
motherfucking
audio.
butt. Hey, Jesse.
Just like Gypsy
Yeah.
was that night. Oh,
Yes, that's me. I'm getting stopped on the street. It's getting a little much. I'm like Ken.
in the Boston
I'm not
streets.
Ken. He's a floor show, and I've been getting some.
People were making millions off of it, you know?
I mean, there's still a an audience there. There will always be. You know, it's just
That's where she is now.
where's a retainer at night? Is that
I know the hard part is though, my daughter likes streaming with me, and people are like, Rose, keep your kids off the internet. I didn't know that. Well, when I first started streaming, I didn't even know about family channels. I'm pretty dumb in the streaming world. And my kids started gaming with me online, and my community loved it. They loved hanging out with my kids. People donated them money so they could get Robux, so that they could buy stuff in the Roblox community. Is also a devil. I like what she had to say though about I'm on the side that Ken is straight. Leave him alone. Knock it off. If Ken says he's straight, respect him. I don't care what anybody else that emails you says. I don't care. What was I saying again? Yeah. You can email people and admit that you're come from Grindr all you want. Unless you got literal video proof or something, or picture proof. None of this bull crap about a story isn't good enough. I don't care about a story. You could be talking about a story about you and another guy in Dallas in a hotel and what you did with that other guy and just call him Ken. Just because you got details? I only saw one of Granny watching streams, and it was just because she did a stream about Ken. And I sided with her. Because I am one of the only few people in Morbid's channel saying Ken is straight, knock it off. Cowboy's a troll, Cowboy's lying, knock it off. He was proven to be a troll. But because he was so entertaining. See, this is the problem. Lies are entertaining. And now people want to keep running with the lie because it's funny, because it's entertaining. Well, you guys, lies hurt. Lies can ruin people. They ruin people's reputations. Because of some lies right now, my reputation's ruined. Me and my husband considered changing our names because we don't want to have our names tied to this bad shit that we didn't do. Watching saying Cowboy is a liar. Well, I was showing everybody that on one of my streams, go watch Granny's watching. She doxes Cowboy. The truth comes out. He is a troll. Once he said, oh, he had to be bottom because he's got a teeny weeny. That's where, if I was believing you, Cowboy, you would have lost me right there. The second you dissed on his manhood and got everybody giggling, oh, kid's got a teeny weeny, he's got a Vienna sausage. That's when you lost me. But I didn't believe you in the first place. But that just verified why. Your story is lame. Your story sucks because of that. But I was up on the end of this panel or something. That's the only thing I watched. Was when Ken stepped up. I don't want to talk in Morbid's chat and bother his community anymore. Oh, and the other thing, oh my God, the other thing I don't like about Fancy right now is she keeps saying the word panini pressed every other sentence, like she owns that word now. Yeah, no, I don't think Ken is gay. I'm tired of people saying, I tell people, you're getting upset at Ken for being a little upset and stressed out. I'm not Ken, and I'm stressed out by these rumors. And I'm not even Ken. And I'm stressed out. So if he's stressed out, I don't blame him. Nina is the reason that Cowboy was even on the live. She believes everything Cowboy says. She backs him and the 4 other guys that emailed her. And I was like, what if the 4 other guys are Cowboy? What if Cowboy is playing all 5 guys from Grindr is my thought. Because I don't think 5 guys just all of a sudden stepped up and said, I've been with Ken. I'm wondering how many of those counts are cowboys also. Because Nina said, surprisingly, they all looked very similar. Ken's got a type. I guess he likes big, hairy men. I don't know. By proxy, he's... Oh, I tried to play Gypsy by proxy the other day, and everybody threw a fit, and so I took it down. But they had a lot of good stuff to say. They talked about how when these crime things happen, people like to come out of the woodwork and play like their family or neighbors or somebody important and close to the family, and that they have all the tea. Everybody was like, Rose, don't listen to... Is it Crafton? They said, Rose, don't listen to Crafton. Don't. He's a bad guy. They're like, put Crafton down. What? But I liked his video. I liked everything he had to say. He was smart and intelligent about everything. What was wrong with his video? I didn't find anything wrong with Crafton's video. He talked very logically, very matter-of-factly. Nothing emotional, nothing. I thought Gypsy by proxy, but I was watching Hello Starlight's live that earlier that day, and somebody brought up Gypsy by proxy, and immediately Hello Starlight started dissing on him and didn't even watch their video, which I was like, thank you, because I want to show their video. But then when people came to my stream, and I was like, oh, thank God. You know, I almost thought that Starlight was going to do my... I was planning on a stream talking about Gypsy by proxy. I was like, Starlight almost did my stream for me. I'm like, no, don't do my stream for me. I want to present. So everybody, Gypsy by proxy must hit everybody's algorithms, because everybody knows about that channel. I do too. I don't want Nina on a pedestal either. That's how people started coming to my channel, because I was saying it in Morbid's chat that I didn't worship Nina. And people followed, going, Rose, I don't like Nina either. Anxious Ant put out a video saying nobody else is calling out Nina. I accidentally hashtagged them wrong. If I had hashtagged Anxious Ant right, things could have been different for me. They were going to feature me in one of their videos, but I hashtagged them wrong. If I hadn't hashtagged them wrong, I would have got a shout out from Anxious Ant. Well, yeah, and when I showed that they tried to pull the race card, they all jumped my ass. Well, yeah, Nina's like, I got the hottest tea. The way she presents it is, ooh, you're gonna love this. If I'm in my cap in bed, you know it's hot and it's important. Her and Ash Too Trippy are perpetuating these lies as truth. But the latest ones are... I like it when Nina sticks to just the facts about Gypsy. She has a good channel if she just sticks about the facts. I'll have to look up... If everybody hates Crafton, then maybe he's good. Because I liked his Gypsy by proxy video. It was smart. If everybody hates him, maybe there's a reason, and he's actually a good person. He's the real deal. He goes, yeah. He said his name in the video is Crafton, and people have called him Crafton. I was going to show Gypsy by proxy till everybody threw a fit. How your big TT? What are they talking about?
Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network. And I just got a very interesting piece of information. So,
When is this video posted? Okay, yesterday. This is yesterday's video.
guys remember when my original Good Wives Network was shut down over here on TikTok, and then it got restored one more time? Well, there's a really good reason why it can't be restored again. I have a friend who has a brother who works at TikTok, and
Yeah, and he knows professional radio, and he knows trolls. He knows how to spot a troll. So anybody friends with May Noodles, I guess I just shot myself in the foot. I'm friends with May Noodles now. Yeah, as soon as I saw your channel, I was like, what? Whoa! I gotta watch all this. But instead, I was like, I gotta go stream real quick. I was like, I missed May Noodles today. And well, then I checked Discord, and I checked my email, and everybody was like, Rose, you gotta see May Noodles. You gotta talk to May Noodles. And I was like, yeah, I do. I was like, but I missed their live today. I missed them. I was like, I missed their live 3 hours ago. I was busy playing on my Nintendo. Me and my Nintendo.
apparently a lawyer that represents Gypsy Rose as both her lawyer and her manager sent in a bunch of emails and documents to make sure that my freaking TikTok here can never be restored. Who is her lawyer and her manager? Is that you, Mike Stanfield? Really? So now you're fucking with my money.
What's funny is I don't get what Fancy's trying to do. She wants to railroad Pink Hat Sarah in court. And she sent a letter to the prosecution saying, let me help you. I got info on Pink Hat Sarah. Let me help you take her down. I'll make a deal with you. Make a deal with me. But then she goes and blasts Mike Stanfield multiple times. You got to remember, these prosecutors are friends with Mike Stanfield. Every time you blast Mike Stanfield, you shoot yourself in the foot, Fancy.
All the way. And I have confirmation all the way that you're doing this. I'll see you.
Yeah, he said he just created Gypsy by proxy as a response to somebody.
All in court. You done fucked with the wrong people. You're gonna learn today. You're sure as shit gonna learn today.
When is Fancy gonna learn? Quit calling out a lawyer. Oh my gosh. Leave Gypsy's lawyers alone. This is why I'm stepping back from the Gypsy community for a minute. I'm not going to cover Gypsy's personal life. If she doesn't purposely put it out there, I'm not going to cover it. I don't care that her lawyer was at her gender reveal. That doesn't give you a right to dox the lawyer. No. I just heard about you today, May Noodles. Do you want to come back up on Discord and tell your story? Okay, let's look at Gypsy by proxy. Yeah, like, I liked his video
a little better now.
versus Rod. he was very, very logical, very, very matter of fact about things. I wanted everybody to see this. But everybody on that side of the community is screaming, don't watch it. Strike you if you want to show any of his. Awesome. I never got a chance to show his content because everybody's like, Rose, no, don't do it. And I was like, okay. I guess we won't do this on stream. And then something else happened on stream and it turned out different conversation. So, but I mean, where does crafting go wrong?
An hour ago, Fancy and Rod going at it over on somebody's channel. Because if not, I've got a lot of it, and we're about to just play the shit out of it. And I have a few things to say. Hold on just a second, though. I need to cut this fan off.
Oh, wow, what the hell? Yeah, you're brave to go do that. Because standing up against Morbid is... He's got a lot of people backing him. A lot of big streamers backing him, too. But no, your side deserves to be told. Nobody should... If you're crying to somebody... Why are you going to present it to the world who doesn't know what is going on and let everybody bully her because, what, she cried on her couch to you? So, what? She deserves to be blasted? Yeah, Crafton, he sounds like, I mean, he does have that radio voice.
Ooh, user 6 return. That's really words of Lazy Eye. And I cropped out everything except for their little chat heads, so we can't get to copyrighty or whatever on this.
Oh, she was probably about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years old.
Oh, get this, guys. You guys are gonna love this. I don't know if you've been watching Fancy, but you know how she cuts Rod off, right? Well, Fancy and Ryan Lee have found a way to explain that. Apparently, Fancy had a delay. She didn't know she was cutting off Rod. There was a delay somehow. And so it was an accident, you guys, because of the delay. Self-improve all his lies. Sending the exact people that were. Yeah, like dots and stuff, I guess. Oh my gosh. No, I don't think she's the one with the sons that the sons died, I don't think. Yeah, like... doxing somebody's children because you guys have an internet disagreement. Why bring the children into this, guys? The children did nothing. Even if, I keep thinking, even if I let my children kind of game on stream, that they still don't deserve to be doxed, though. Like I said, my daughter adores A for Adley. There are family channels out there. Just because Ruby Frank and people like her ruin family channels doesn't mean family channels should disappear. To the prosecutor recently because the interesting. See, the more it's kind of funny because, oh man, ever since I came back to my channel and started talking my truth about Morbid, yeah, I reached out to Vin Vader because all of a sudden his email was just right there. I didn't even seek Vin out. I was just watching, well, people emailed me videos and Vin's email was right there. Like I'm glad Vin's email was right there. Because I immediately just emailed Vin and said, look, I'm a stranger, you don't know me, but it's like, you know Morbid, I've been on Morbid's panel lately. Yeah, Vin went and watched me on the panel, verified, yeah, you know, I'm not a simp to Morbid, I'm been bullied by his channel. Now I understand that, yes and no, you can control your chat. Because, no, Morbid doesn't put any restrictions on his chat. If they want to be mean bullies, they get to be mean bullies. I do put restrictions on my chat, though. You can politely disagree with somebody, but name-calling, bullying, this is just wrong, guys. Everybody has different views, different situations going on in their lives. Morbid made fun of a streamer the other night, and he didn't name the streamer. He just made fun of a streamer that has morals and ethics. I think that was me. I think because that was the day after I made a stream talking about Gypsy and her morals and ethics. Because I do have a religion, and I do have morals, ethics, integrity, all of that. I try to do no wrong, and I try to love everybody. I try to see if somebody's got... I try to see the situation for what it is. Like I said, I can see that Morbid is not a pedo. People calling him a groomer. I can see why they're calling him a groomer. They tried to tell Morbid, you're playing sexual videos for a 7-year-old. 7 to 15-year-olds. That is wrong. See, I would never do that. I would never even play it to adults because of my morals and ethics. That's why I hated Cowboy. I didn't want to hear those disgusting sexual details because I don't want that in my brain. Your brain has a magical recall. At any time, your brain can just recall something. And I don't want dirty details of what Cowboy does in his hotel rooms to be recalled. It puts images in your head you don't need. You don't need to walk around life with those images in your head. His minions defend him so much because he's entertaining. They don't care if it's true or not. The question is it entertaining? Is it funny? That's the biggest question. Does it entertain? Here's the thing. If you watch the end of Morbid streams as he's closing up, people sit there and go, thank you, Morbid, for entertaining me tonight. Thank you, Morbid, for another entertaining stream. I don't care if Ken's gay or not. I just care that that was fun. And people sit there in his stream going, Morbid, you're being boring right now. Just bring back Cowboy or something. Cowboy's funny to talk to. Let's bring back Cowboy and let's talk more dirty sexual details. And they defend him because, see, that's the problem now. When I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, it was embarrassing to go to church and to be part of a religious family. It was embarrassing. And that was in my time. We're now a couple generations down from my time. It is getting worse to have religion, to have morals and ethics. It is made fun of. Why be bound by morals and ethics and religious rules? Does he do wrong? It's funny and joking around. See, it is funny and joking around, and for that community, they like it. That's. I'm just saying, nowadays, it is getting worse. And there is people like me who stand up for this stuff shouldn't be funny and entertaining. Hey, Aurora. And the thing is hey, Kelsey again. Hey, the thing is morals and ethics in religion, as each generation goes on, kids are starting to ditch their parents' religions and rules and break away from it. And so morbid streams are funny because they aren't bound by any kind of rules or ethics or morals or religion or anything like that. Oh, I haven't watched. I check in on morbid streams if I see, like I saw Ken on the other night, so I watched it for a minute. I watched him for like 15 minutes while Ken was on. I'm just explaining to people why people defend morbid. They defend morbid because that is their kind of sense of humor. But yes, there are people that want to stamp out that kind of sense of humor. Our kids shouldn't be watching this. But, like I said, ever since, I would say probably the 60s, people have been breaking away from religion. This country was founded on religious freedom and the freedom to worship God. And it's on our money. But in the 60s, we started breaking away, saying we want schmexual freedom. We don't want religion because religion doesn't allow schmexual freedom. Merch? Okay, my daughter is the biggest fan. My daughter will be here tomorrow if you want to see her. She's the biggest Adley fan. My daughter is the biggest Adley fan. I'm here in Utah. I tried to get Adley to do a stream with us, but they said they were too busy. I was terrible to May. I thought she was a scorned ex-girlfriend. And I am considered a flip-flopper. Oh, see, they don't let you. If somebody, like I said, right now with Fancy, if you believe anything Pink Cat Sarah says, well, then you're an enemy of Fancy. I tried to tell Morbid that there is a line being drawn in the community between Fancy and KJ, between Fancy and Pink Cat Sarah. By the way, my daughter's name is Aurora. And Gypsy's naming her daughter Aurora. Please do not do Aurora Rose, Gypsy. Please do not name your daughter Aurora Rose. Just please, please, please don't give her the middle name Rose. Please, 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 please don't. Don't. See, when we were trying to name my daughter, I have 2 sons from my first marriage. And so I named them. And my first son that was born, of course, you named them after the father in one way or another. I gave my son's first name is his biological father's middle name. And when I was married to my second husband, and 7 years into our marriage, we finally got pregnant with my daughter. When we got pregnant with my daughter, how do you name a daughter after your husband, right? So my name is Rose. I don't have a middle name, okay? I don't. My parents never gave me one. Rose, that's just it. That's my name. Just Rose. No middle name. No nothing, okay? So when we were pregnant with my daughter, my husband's name is Dawn. So we named her Aurora Rose because Aurora Rose means Dawn Rose. It was a way, only very few people have gotten that. When they hear my daughter's name, some people think of the Disney princess. I was worried about that. Some people actually get it and realize that when my husband blessed my daughter, one person came up to me and they're like, "Oh, you named your daughter after both of you." And I was like, "Oh, so you get it. You get why her name's Aurora Rose. It's not the Disney princess. I was not chasing the Disney princess. The only other name that means Rose or Dawn for a girl is Roxanne. And Roxanne Rose just didn't sound good. And I didn't want to nickname my daughter Roxy. I think that's my sister's dog's name, Roxy. And plus, there's another story I can tell you about Roxy that why I wouldn't name my daughter Roxy. Roxy Rose just does not sound good. So we went with Aurora Rose. And I'm like, Gypsy, don't do it. Don't do it. Because me and Gypsy share a first name. And now her daughter shares a first name with my daughter. No. No. Named after the Disney princess, my mom. Yeah, I do love Sleeping Beauty. I'm tired of everybody depicting her falling asleep all the time. I wish they would just depict a beautiful princess and quit making her pass out like she's narcoleptic or something. But there's nothing wrong with loving the Disney princess and naming your daughter after her. But it was a way to name my daughter because we didn't have a son first. And plus my husband's a junior. So, you know, it's what I did though was when my husband adopted my two sons, my second son, his middle name was Ray, named after his biological father's grandpa. And so me and my husband couldn't have kids. We didn't think we could have kids. So what I did was I took my husband's middle name and gave that to my son as his middle name. And I was like, boom, there you go. I said, now you have a son that's named after you. But then 3 years later, I got pregnant with my daughter. 3 years after he adopted my boys, I had my daughter. And then we named my daughter after him. And my last two boys that we had, well, we just got to name them for the fun of it because we already had kids named after everybody else. So we were just like, hey, what names do we like? What names do we want to just name our kids? Just name the kids. Just name them. So always used to call me a Disney princess, but like, animals follow me. Name is Ray. Yeah, that's cute. I like the Ray for a girl. I was angry with my ex-husband when he signed the 2 boys. I was happy and sad. It was a mixed emotions. In a way, I loved the fact that he signed the boys over and I didn't have to deal with him anymore. But I was also mad at him for giving his sons up to another man and writing them off. But yeah, my daughter will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's my birthday, too. Tomorrow's my birthday, and my kids are coming over for my birthday. And we're going to have some fun. I got to decide, do I want to bake my cake tonight? Or do I want to bake the cake while the kids are here tomorrow? And so you guys can meet my daughter, Aurora. I'm sure she'll want to stream Roblox or something. She loves to stream. She loves you guys. When she gets to know you guys, as soon as she starts getting to know your names, she'll get to know you and she'll love you. Thank you, W. I'm like, birthday tomorrow. Yay, my birthday's here. Hopefully it's a good day. Sometimes, I don't know why, but birthdays turn out bad. Yeah, I should bake it tonight. I should, when I bake dinner, when I do dinner in an hour, I should just bake it tonight. I know, 6 degrees of separation. Have you heard of 6 degrees of separation? Thank you, May, for the birthday wish. Your sweet baby Kelsey, or what? Okay. So there's 6 degrees of separation. Like, you know everybody, by at least there's 6 people between you. Like, there's supposedly this theory that the whole world knows each other by 6 degrees of separation. And then so you finally meet, because I met Morbid. And Morbid knew Vin, and Vin knew you guys. So there's like 4 degrees of separation right there. So as soon as Morbid upset me enough and I finally reached out to Vin, I closed the gap on that, and now I met all you guys. It was crazy because I thought that if I disagreed with Morbid, I thought I was going to lose a community, not gain a community. So it's so weird. Be like, hit that like, 22 people, go! Alright, how many of you lurkers are angry watching? Raise your hand if you're angry watching. Just raise a hand. You don't have to talk, just say, I'm angry watching you, Rose. Morbid's like, whoa, no. Because another streamer backed off from Morbid and met the community that stands behind Morbid. Like, when I was still kind of going up on Morbid's panel, there was this girl, Sarah, in my streams that was saying, I hate Morbid. But until that last stream with Nina, and we were talking about race and crap, after that, she finally started messaging me videos to watch. It wasn't until after that stream when I stepped back and was like, damn, you guys. If I stopped talking about, but when You're like, damn it, Morbid's doing it again. Yeah, like I said, nobody tried to convince me. Nobody said anything to me. I reached out to Vin Vader. He came up, he told his story, but his story already matched what I was going through. So nobody had to do anything to know Keanu Reeves by 6. You're like, alright, who's the 5 people standing in between me and Keanu? Morbid, we all love you. We're all gathering here to speak your name. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. But yeah, like, what was I gonna say? And like I said, there's a streamer that I'm not gonna say their name, but they privately messaged me going, we don't stand for the bullying, we just saw it happen to you on Morbid's panel. So even though Morbid's panel and his followers are going, oh, Rose wasn't ever bullied, nothing was wrong, and they put me in the wrong, Rose was being racist and blah blah blah. Cause it didn't go viral, but Whatabug was on their own streams banking that my racist move was gonna go viral. Well, I'll get a hold of my cousin, who's famous, and see if she knows Keanu Reeves. Probably not, but I could try. Just kidding. She's been on The Big Bang Theory. Anybody want to know about The Big Bang Theory? My cousin's been on The Big Bang Theory. We stream sniped. It's like, we all saw it go down. Yeah, they kept shutting me down. They were like, Rose, you don't get to explain shit. And it's like, you called me up here. You read my comment. You called me up here. You said, bring the receipts, Rose, get up here. I did. Don't get mad at me. Call me racist. Call me mean. Because I brought the receipts. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Gypsy. Wrong time you pulled the race card. I meant to pull the time that you called Pink Hat Sarah and her wig's disgusting. And you made fun of her teeth, calling it a grill. Calling her and Fancy racist for wearing wigs. Yeah, people are like, well, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Well, you know what? I'll watch it if I want to or not. But, I mean, why not, in a way, if you don't like it? Because, like I said, I stand for morals and ethics, and it's sad to see, I mean, people are making fun of people that have morals and ethics. Ask the girls here that just trickled in, your feelings were totally valid. It's like a lot of Angela, haven't met her yet. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I was surprised that so many people would reach out to me after Nina and Morbid. Like, I don't care. Okay, no, I'm not going to say I don't care. Okay, that sucks that there's a channel out there that has blackface on it. But you're saying that Kate, by talking to Gypsy, who Gypsy might be talking to this person who does blackface, that they're all racist. Because they're talking to somebody by so by association they're racist. By association. I hope nobody I know is racist, but if they are racist, it's not my fault. Doesn't mean I have to drop them as a friend if I don't condone it. See, people, the problem is people are drawing the line. It's black and white world. You either agree with me or you don't. Like I said, Morbid, I don't agree that you're a pedophile, but a groomer, yeah. So does that mean I have to hate you because I agree with the fact that you do groom people? Your eyes to the evil people, do you ever get to call it out? And yeah, exactly, we have the right to call it out. To be like, this isn't funny. To a guy keeps telling you he's straight and you keep yelling at him in his face that he's bi or gay. Nina, how many times you gotta ask him if you really were bi, would you admit it? And he says yes, but I'm not. But you still call him bi. How many times do you have to ask a straight guy if he's gay? And I'm standing up for it's not right. It's not right to be doing that. I agree with some of Morbid streams when he talks about Gypsy and stuff. But there's a line you cross when you keep telling a straight guy he's gay. And entertaining it by interviewing people that are lying about him. You know, that's what I call my little community. SBA. It stands for Sweet Baby Angels. Oh, nice. And so it's getting sad nowadays that people are ditching. Like I said, Morbid the other day was putting down a streamer he wouldn't name, but a streamer who talks about morals and ethics. I don't know any other streamer that has been highly out here pressing morals and ethics but me, so I think he was talking about me but not naming me. Because sorry guys, I believe in morals and ethics, and I don't think that holding standards makes you chained. You actually feel freer. Me and my husband were just talking about this today, how it's such a misguided belief that freedom is breaking the rules, that breaking the rules is freedom, that breaking morals and ethics and breaking religion is freedom. That you let people. Like, Jeff is somebody who's in Morbid and Starlight streams and everything, and he comes in here and he disagrees with me. And he's like, sorry, Rose, that I disagree with you. And it's like, that's fine. I don't hate you, Jeff. I still care about you, Jeff. Go ahead and disagree. Just don't call people names. You lose the argument once you start bullying. Nina didn't have a talk with me about why I brought that out. She just said, no, Rose, you don't get to explain. Shut up, Rose, you don't get to explain nothing. And I'm like, sorry, I forgot what you said, Nina. It's like, what did you say, Nina? You said it. What did you say? And then I'll tell you why I'll remember exactly my mindset. Why did I do this? Because I forgot my mind. I forgot it. As soon as I got up on panel and everybody started screaming at me, my mind went blank, and I was like, I forgot why the hell I even brought up the blackface. I defended. I blindly believed him. He acts totally defeated, doesn't defend himself, and it's yeah, exactly. I noticed that about Morbid by the second, third time I was on his panel. He needed us more than we needed him. He needed us to make his streams what they are today. His streams are that way because he doesn't exactly plan. He has a little bit of a plan when he turns on stream, but his panel is what brings the info. Morbid's? I actually got a peek at what Morbid's real voice is today. Do you guys want to hear Morbid's real voice? It's not far from what he's doing. Are we talking about Morbid's voice? Because I got a peek at Morbid's real voice today. Kind of. I got a slight peek at it. Where was it? Somebody put up a stream with Morbid in it, and it kind of showed his real voice. Maybe it was May Noodles. I think it might have been May Noodles. She put up a video. You can kind of hear Morbid's real voice. I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. No. I thought it was the green one. No, I don't think it was that one. Was it this one? Is this the one with his real voice? I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, hold on. First one to put.
Hey, listen, this is the closest you're going to get to Morbid's real voice.
Put in Morbid's real name.
Wow. All right.
What's Morbid's first name?
What's my first name? Go ahead. First
and it
person.
can't be one of.
Can you hear? He doesn't have the gruffer. Whatever he's doing to change his voice to make it sound the way it sounds, it's gone. He's talking in his real voice right now.
His mods. First person to say his first real name.
It could be my mod.
No, because that's not fair.
Like my legal name or.
There you go. Annie won. Ding ding.
Is that his real voice? Yeah, you're talking about this is what led up to a voicemail? But I didn't know what the voicemail was, but you said this incident leads to a voicemail. What Morbid did to Vin Vader, I understand why Vin Vader will never forgive Morbid. I don't expect him to. What Vin describes he did. A drunk voicemail. Yeah, Morbid is he's just kind of wild and stuff, and That's what people like about him, though. There's people out there that like this wild, crazy, funny, entertaining guy on the internet. Like, the harsh thing about Morbid is he was on stream the other day, and he said that he got an email from somebody that says, I love your channel, but I can't watch it. And I was telling my husband about this too the other day. That Morbid's like, I can't watch your channel anymore because you take the Lord's name in vain. And what'd he do? He did it 10 more times in a few different ways. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, maybe I'll try and quit, or I'm sorry I do that on my stream. I'm sorry it hurts your... No! He frickin' takes the Lord's name in vain 10 more times over. And that's his amount of respect to his audience. Well, it's just one person out of 400, so what does it matter, right? 1 out of 400 doesn't matter, right? And then we're just going to sit back here and we're going to wait and see what happens to Morbid's channel here in a few months. We'll see. We'll just sit back and wait. And because Vin says, give it time, Rose. He's like, because I asked Vin, I said, do you think people can change? Because one thing that gravitated me towards Morbid is he's not much older than me. And he sounds like he learned life lessons. He at least talks like he does. Because me and Morbid are very close to the same age. I think he's like around my husband's age or a year or two older or something. He's not that far older than me. And I thought, oh good, another streamer lived and learned, because my channel's all about I've lived, I've learned. I'm here to help you guys. I got a lot of life experience. I'm here for you guys. I'm here. You name it, I've probably done it. Not everything, but name it. I most likely done it or know somebody that's done it. That he confessed that he lied about. Well, yeah, he confesses. I think I heard that video where he confessed that he lied about, was it Vin or somebody else? And he's like, well, hey, man, like, you upset me, so I freaking, use my power as a streamer to wreck you. Once you put a light, it was so, I made, about a month ago, I made a TikTok about this. I was watching some religious streams, and somebody was talking about gossip. Why is gossip bad? And it breaks 2 commandments, not 1. You think it only breaks 1 commandment. Lying. Gossip is lying. It breaks that commandment. But it breaks another commandment. It's stealing. You're stealing somebody's reputation. You're stealing somebody's good name. When you gossip and you lie and you spread those things, you're stealing from that person. You're taking away their reputation, everything. It's gone now. And you know how hard it is to rebuild your reputation back when everybody believes these lies about you? Wow. People are just so mean in this world. But see, that's why people like Morbid's chat. They're free to be mean. They're free to literally say every mean thing on their mind. If me, 13th hour, whoever, there was this girl from Peru who stepped up on Morbid's panel. Did you guys see that? 2 minutes on Morbid's panel. She was crying because people were making fun of her accent. Because people didn't even try to understand her accent. People didn't even try. What? I didn't see the video where he apologized. Like, there's one that he's apologized to me a couple times or something. It's like, fine, I got my own channel to go back to and explain things away. I went back to my channel and I was like, fine, I'll explain it away so you guys don't think I'm racist. Because they're what the bug said on their stream that they thought this incident would go viral and I would go viral as being racist. They're trying to pull the race card on me now. Because I embarrassed Nina with her own words. I used Nina's own words to embarrass her. It's like you said it on Morbid's panel. Nobody was talking race, Nina. We were talking about Kate being Gypsy's best friend. You brought your own personal story and race into it. I didn't do that. When Nina says, I don't call anybody racist, I'm like, here, let me bring the proof. You do. You keep pulling the race card. A bunch of people have seen it. They always, my favorite stream, because of her live after that day. Yeah, I'm glad Apple Charlotte wasn't too mean to me. I was watching Woodabug's live to see, I was like, I want to see what Rebrand also had to say, but Bug kicked Rebrand for talking about stolen valor. So what? Oh my gosh, Bug was like, bye Rebrand, you're done. You're talking too much about stolen valor. Bye Rebrand, you're done. Rebrand was in the Marines, and in the Marines, stolen valor is a big deal to people who actually served this country. Stolen valor is not a joke. It's not funny. Hey, Bodicia, yay! Yeah, I'll probably stream for maybe, give me 30 more minutes and then it'll be my dinner time. Gotta go make dinner with the hubby. We got about 30 more minutes. Got till 6 o'clock. Yes, it is a reflection of the channel owner. Morbid thinks it's all... And that's what I was trying to explain, Aurora, is, I wrote Morbid a letter and told him that I can't... And he's like, well, ignore the chat, Rose. And it's like, well, Morbid, when you shut me down and tell me no and dismiss what I'm saying, especially you and Becca Scoops, together, shutting me down in front of your audience, that gives your audience permission to shut me down also. So it's like, Morbid, how you treat your people up on panel and what they say gives your channel permission to treat that person that way too. You know what? Everybody's finally catching on to NPG Cornerstone Nation not helping. I've been making videos about NPG Cornerstone Nation since the day they popped up that they're not helping. I'm glad you guys all finally caught on. I don't know, it just pisses me off that I feel like people do steal my content because everybody's finally catching on to things I've been saying for months. Then about that vid. Okay. Let's see. What was I going to look at? Let's see. Oh, and what was funny is when Vin showed me, Vin makes a video and he shows you like that Morbid's closing thing. The eggs are in the fridge, the butter's cooled. It's not, that is a famous quote. It's like, look, nothing is original. I'm trying to build my channel on things that are original. I didn't start talking about Gypsy until I found an original thought on her case that nobody else was saying. And now everybody's saying it. They can't even control his. Well, the thing is people see Morbid's chat is free to do as they please. Because if he puts a rule down, well, now the fun's gone. Now the fun is gone. Rules are not fun. Is what it's getting worse and worse every generation. Rules, religion, all that stuff, that just holds you back in life. They think true freedom is getting to say and do whatever you feel as you please, whatever you want. And even if it tramples over another person's rights, who cares? It's all about you. This is one reason why I don't like Nina and stuff. When Kate became friends with Gypsy Rose, for the next 3 streams, Nina came up on Morbid's panel not to talk about how Kate being friends with Gypsy Rose is bad all around and whatnot and everything she did to her community and her supporters. No, it's all about what did it do to Nina? How did it affect you, Nina? Let's hear it. For 3 days, let's hear it. How does it hurt Nina? You know, it hurt a whole community out there. I'm sorry to her community that she led out there. Let's be real. Hacks is the only mod that really has power in there anyway. And I lost my wrench for some reason. I don't know why they took away my wrench in Morbid's chat. I was like, what did I do? I didn't do anything wrong. One day I just looked down and my wrench was gone. I was like, what? I was like, how did I lose my wrench? Yeah, but people don't realize true freedom is when you do set rules and stuff for people to be respectful and kind and properly disagree and don't call names and don't put another person down just because they have different beliefs than you. Nobody, like I said, people are drawing a line. Either you 100% follow me or you're 100% my enemy. Either you worship me or you're my enemy. You either love or you hate me. But there's no room, there's no gray area to live in to say, well, I agree with this, but I don't agree with this. I agree when you say this stuff, but I don't agree when you say this stuff. I agree with this part. This part rings true. This part doesn't. It's like, how can you give it's really rude to I'm surprised Ken wants to let you interview him, because the amount of how you put Ken down all the time, and Ken now set rules for the next stream, which I'm proud of Ken for doing. Telling Morbid, this isn't about rumors, this isn't about being gay, this isn't about this and that. If I come back and you interview me, and I'm glad Ken set rules, because Ken's like, I'm not putting up with this gay rumors anymore if you want to interview me. Yeah, I would love to come up on your panel, but we're going to set rules for your panel. No more cowboy talk. And I do like Hello Starlight, but I'm surprised she aligns herself. Like, she really backs Fancy a lot, and Fancy is one of the biggest bullies out there right now. Look what she did to Sarah. One day, Sarah, she's protecting her and Sarah, saying, we're going to get through this lawsuit together. And then the next day, she turns out Sarah's been this horrible person that finally needed to go from the Good Wives Network, because they're just this horror. I'm glad Fancy never answered my emails and I got caught up in her circle. I'm so thankful. Because when I first came into this crime community, I did get to meet Fancy my first time on Morbid's panel. And I think we had a good convo. But me and my husband lately have been watching how badly this world is going down. And it is because people, they just want to run amok and run free to say and do as they please. Whether it hurts another person or not, they don't care. And we're watching this world go downhill, and my husband's all over X, standing up for rights and stuff. Yeah, like, my husband is all over, if you guys do political things, my husband's all over X. You can go follow him on X if you're into politics. Gypsy Rose Blanchard's boyfriend. Oh, yeah. And see, here's the problem with... Oh, gosh. See, look at this. YouTuber headlines. Everybody is like, oh, Ken confronts the man on Grindr. Us streamers make a difference. What we say and what we put out there. It's now funny all over the place that Ken faced off with Cowboy. This is what I was talking about. You guys want to see some funny backtracking? I shouldn't do this. This is funny. I was laughing in the chat. Let's see, where is it? Let's see. Which one was it that came first? I think it was this one.
It is Saturday, August 3rd, 2024, and welcome, goats. In it, some of the RB that's the greatest chat of all time, but you know what? It doesn't get to our head because we're just talk over there. Very sweet lady, young lady.
When he was trying to defend Gypsy.
Okay. No, we were just wondering. Crazy, so I'm showing it now. So a picture, Ken 29. I don't know how old he is now, 32, 33.
I wish you could see his chat playback because I was like, that's his Facebook photo you guys stole. Before Ken said it, I said it. I was like, you guys, if you were going on Grindr, this is not the picture you would use to attract another man. But this is funny. Okay.
And I would want to see Nick get a fair trial, no matter what.
Let's see.
You can't fix. I think she's a narcissist a little bit. You can have both. Different style. That's all.
I like, and I mean,
the work and the work that she puts in. I think she could make a lot of money because she's dedicated.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to ask questions.
Well,
That's why I brought it.
I think she does know that it could be true. I think that she's too far in right now. Like what can she do?
Yeah, true.
With me, but he wanted to be handcuffed. He wanted to be. Was ready to be plugged.
And he shut up when Cowboy put him in his place. That was telling to me.
And I wanted to also let you know as well. I did send Dina a friend request on my.
Okay.
To bring awareness to Gypsy and be concerned about her baby, and everything got blown up.
All these people up here on panel, even though Ken comes up and defends himself.
Time and date that you screenshotted it, which should be a couple.
Aggressive and upset, right?
All these people up here on panel still believe that Ken is gay and bi. And then, let's see, where is it?
So in this situation, Teen Ken, you're going.
Look how many people backtrack and they're like,
so
I never
and here's a
believed
die
Cowboy.
cut magnet. There's a cock, and I sound in design, but it has a second design. Nice to meet you.
It's like if you're going to tell Ken to his face that he's gay and bi, even though he's up there telling you no, telling Cowboy to show receipts, stand your ground. Morbid saying right now, Ken gave him proof. And everybody's now going, I never believed Cowboy. Yeah, you did.
You and you've been following Gypsy Rose stuff, I'm assuming.
Okay, in Discord?
You've been following
on
Gypsy
the
Rose
case
stuff,
for
I'm assuming.
about for about 6 years now.
Nice to meet you, and you've been following Gypsy Rose stuff, I'm assuming.
Whoops, did I mute it? Oops.
Let's get to Emma. Hi, Emma. For upgrading membership. Appreciate that. I saw that. Sonia, again, thank you for the 15 gifted memberships. So those 15 people, you have access to all those emojis. And I'll also have to incorporate some discounts for merch if you guys are interested, because a lot of people don't want to just give money. They want to actually have something back, like something of like a value or something, and shopping, if you needed something and you find something cool, well, at least you get a coffee mug. That's kind of cool, and you paid for it at the same price. Our part get to pretty good. What do you think about we're talking about team
means for Ken, and I really think that like he might be bi, but I think that guy specifically was bullshit, in my opinion.
They're like, okay, fine, well, maybe Cowboy was bullshit, but he's still bi. Oh, okay, well, at least you're standing half your ground.
So in this situation, Team Ken, you're going with Ken. I'm going to do a poll.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
And as I'm setting up the poll here for chat, as far as okay. I don't know. It's just we're not.
Let's see. Oh, nice. 13th hour invited me to their Discord. Yo. Hey. Coolness. But it's just funny. It's just like, dude, you guys, it's so funny how they backtrack for a second. They're gonna say what's they're not, none of them are gonna stand their ground. They're all going to try and backtrack and agree with each other what's gonna be cool to say and what's gonna keep you in the group.
We're not making fun of or making funny. That's the problem with the world. The world has become too sensitive, and that's why stand-up.
I hate that he calls us sensitive just because we say, hey, it's not funny to make fun of somebody's sexuality and put somebody up on panel that's going to give dirty, nasty details that are not true. It's not being sensitive. People standing up for your morals, people call you sensitive. Why? Because you're standing up for your morals. Gosh darn people. I hate that he calls us sensitive. We're not sensitive. You see me crying? I'm not sensitive. Just kidding. Crying doesn't mean you're sensitive either. Crying just means you're just whatever, whatever. Like I was crying the other day on panel just because like that spotlight was heavy on me. You guys couldn't see me like shaking a little bit in the background. It was like that spotlight was heavy. I tried to stand my ground the best I can and not let them bully me too much, and they're like, you don't get to explain. It's like, no, I'm gonna explain because I want to. I'm not gonna let you sit up here and tell me I can't explain myself. I'm going to explain myself. It's like, sorry, I pulled the wrong receipt. I should have pulled the receipt where you made fun of Sarah's wig and grill, and that would have took longer to find though. Holy crap. I don't even know where to find that video anymore, but and they make fun of the grill and everything. But yeah, it's funny how people are covering their asses. Fancy is like, her and Ryan Lee came up with the story that Fancy's not mean and talks over people. There was a delay. Sorry, Rod, there was a delay. Only for Fancy, though. There was not a delay for anybody else. Just Fancy. But I like this guy, Crafton.
When did you first see her walk?
So you're telling me from
That's what
3
she said.
years old on, you never saw your daughter walk?
Rather be sensitive than an ice cold. Yeah. It's like I would. It's just this world is just going downhill so fast because nobody wants to believe in morals anymore. Nobody wants to believe that, because morals trample on. No, they don't. Like, fine, like, I don't know. Morals keep me free. I follow and I obey my morals. I don't break the 10 commandments. Therefore, I'm not in jail. I'm not in prison. I'm not locked up. I'm not chained to a drug anymore. I'm not chained to... When you don't follow, you are chained to addiction, chained to other things. You're lurking. Okay, go ahead and lurk away. Thanks for letting us know you're lurking. What was I saying? Because, where was I going with this? Gypsy has broken, by the age of 24, Gypsy has broken every single one of the 10 commandments. Can you believe that? By the age of 24, is she free? No. She got locked up for 8.5 years. Now she's on probation. And for the rest of her life, yes, she will be known as the girl who orchestrated her mother's demise. Sorry, Gypsy, but Casey Anthony, everybody else who are out and free, they will always be known. Casey Anthony may have been found innocent in the court of law, but dang. No, nobody else killed, unalived that little girl but Casey. Casey did it. I don't get why people don't want to watch this video. He's so logical and, like, there's nothing wrong with any. I agree with everything he said in here. I agree with everything. I wanted to show people how he talks about when these cases get open, lonely people come out of the woodwork, like Cowboy, and they saw that Nina was, because she was in all the newspapers, MSN.com, everything. Nina was everywhere for believing the Steve Wood rumors. So, of course, the trolls went and emailed Nina knowing she would believe them. Be listening, but I have to step away for a bit. Okay, no problem. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, nobody had to tell me anything about Morbid. I already felt it. I already knew it. I wasn't surprised by the videos I was shown. I wasn't, when that guy ended his video with telling Morbid, why don't you go steal people's jokes? I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, I was so right with my intuition about him. I'm a total smartass in chat. Oh. Jacked. No, like, everybody, Gypsy's case is so speculative. Fancy is now my Joshi Washi Dashi. 13th hour, I met them on Morbid's panel. 13th hour. Morbid stream doesn't like her. But she's a really great person. She's in England, isn't she? Isn't 13th hour English too? 13th hour, right? She's from, is she? No, or is she not? No, where's she from? Where's 13th hour from? This is my Joshi Washi Dashi. He's been my mod for well over a year now. He runs all my streams. My Twitch, my YouTube, my TikTok. Sorry, Joshi. I didn't play too much Fortnite with you. I kept trying to join you guys, but then I kept getting kicked, and I was like, well, I was working on trying to get to the white level. For the last 2 days, I have been hitting anything in Fortnite that will level me. Isn't a rady thing? What? Crafton has always backed up everything he has told me and showed. Yeah, it was crazy when I saw it on Starlight's live. Somebody told Starlight about this, and people immediately dissed on it. Said, don't watch it. And then I put it on my streams that night, but I didn't put it on my streams because I saw it on Starlight's. I had already watched Crafton's video. I was already planning a stream of this. I was surprised. I was like, oh, Starlight, don't steal my stream. I'm like, if you play his video, then I'm like, there goes my stream. But she didn't play the video, and I was like, yes, okay, good. I can still stream the video. We can watch a little bit of Crafton. I got 10 minutes. I got to go make dinner. We like to make dinner around 6 o'clock at night.
Not that I recall. Once she was in the wheelchair.
Okay, so the motorcycle okay, that's a good point. When did the wheelchair show up, Rod?
See, that's not a delay, Fancy. That's you interrupting Rod because you're rude.
I don't know.
You heard him say motorcycle and you piped up.
It was after.
Was she 7, 8, or was she 3 or 4?
After the motorcycle accident.
Did it happen after? Okay, so it happened after the motorcycle accident. Then what you just said was inaccurate, sir, because the motorcycle accident didn't happen until she was 7 or 8 years old, which means that the entire, up to the point from 3 to 4 to 7 to 8, she was walking. All right, so you saw her walking at 8. Then the wheelchair testimony was not true. But it just said that she was right. Mental delays and the actual physical ailments.
I'm surprised Rod stepped up and wanted to
chromosome disorder. And do you understand, for the health of your...
This makes me wonder if there's something going on in the background with Fancy and the Blanchards and everybody. Because why did Rod want to step up there and talk to her? Unless I wonder if there's something going on more in the background.
Your grandchild, that is rather dangerous.
Take a breath and let the man speak. How about that?
I don't think Gypsy has any medical condition.
Rod, she has medical conditions. She's taking medications.
Can you imagine how much
conditions from this, Rod?
It's okay, Joshy. It's fine. I didn't. Like I said, I was like, I'll join you guys later after I get the white level, because I told you I was gonna die if I spent 1,800 V-bucks to get 25 levels last night, because this morning when I woke up I was like, there's no way I'm getting 25 levels today, and I said I can't spend my day playing Fortnite anymore. I was like, it's getting too much, and so I bought the last 25 levels to get her in a white. I'm so bad. Me of the kid in class that, oh yeah, I got the answer. I got it. Worse than Hermione Granger?
proven in her medical
Can you imagine
records.
how
What are you
much we
talking
would have
about?
learned if she would have let this man talk? If she
got a
would have
full
let
record.
him speak.
Rod, can I ask you a question? Can you please?
Rod, come on our channel. We'll let you speak and we won't say anything mean. Be like, Rod, come on our channel.
Go to Rare Chromo. Please go to rarechromo.org. Type in the micro deletion of the 1Q21.1 that she has.
Spell it again.
And look at the 11 or 12 page document that they have. If you do so, it lists every single one of Gypsy's conditions throughout her life as being part of this type of disorder.
That document is not talking about Gypsy.
And it has varying levels of degrees of severity, from no symptoms whatsoever, all the way up to a baby being born with severe microcephaly that cannot not last outside of the womb for more than a few days. There are serious ramifications, and if you have not done genetic counseling, sir, you're not protecting your grandchildren. You're not protecting Mia's grandchildren. You're not protecting any of Dylan's children, and you're not protecting Nicolette's children, and you're not protecting.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Noodles. Yeah, it'd be nice to meet Crafton. Like, I can't believe people are dissing on this video. I was so disappointed that I was like, you guys don't want to see this? It's like, what? This guy is smart, and he's been around for a long time, so he knows a lot of things. He's really knowledgeable in this video. He says stuff that I was like, wow, okay, I'm learning stuff. I'm like, I'm learning here. That I was so excited to bring to my stream and have other people learn. I was like, you guys, this guy is
just different.
Yeah. What was it? What was the question? It's about Kate?
Have you guys heard of Kate?
Kate, are you talking about Kate? I forget what the
adaptive Kate. Yeah.
And I think
you're
he
making
believed
it
that
up.
because it was the truth. And I think now they are changing the narrative because it doesn't.
I think it's down here where he talks
Like
about.
Mayhem just said, the Son of Sam law does not apply in Missouri. That's another reason.
She took someone's title, reworded it, and called it her own.
The Son of Sam laws don't apply in 7 states.
Yeah.
10 times, yeah. I mean,
and the Barney doll. So, but no, I that's what I'm saying though. We can be adults over here.
Yeah,
it's like
fine.
I can totally respect your opinion on that because I held the same opinion for a long time.
See, I love the way Crafton talks right here. See, this is perfect to what he's saying right now. Because he's saying, I'm respecting whatever you believe about Gypsy. I believed it at one time. I don't believe it anymore. You know, I'll respect you while you're believing that, but I'm going to tell what I believe now. But he's so not a rude person. He's like, he's perfectly respecting this other person.
And just because mine has changed, it doesn't mean you have to fall in line with the way I think.
Yeah, I know what it's like to be in her position.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not respect an opinion like that, you know? How can you not respect it? How can you not respect a guy who's like, it's okay, you're not there yet, or whether you get there or not, you know, it's like, it's fine, but
she can get help with that. Like,
but exactly, yeah,
help.
Yeah.
why did it redact it? Only half read it. But yeah. Why is who so invested in Gypsy's life? Oh, who's in? Let's see.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were live.
Oh, no, it's okay. Hey, Brian, how you doing? I'm getting ready to go make dinner if you want to talk for a minute. Like, we can talk for a minute, and then I gotta get off to go make dinner, but... No, I've been taking a break this week because, crap's going down in like the YouTube world that I needed to step away for a minute, and then I had some personal shit hit the fan that I had to
Okay.
just throw my little fit about and get over, I guess.
Yeah.
And I just had to step away for a minute because online life and real life, both things started hitting the fan in both directions for me. But tomorrow,
I understand that.
the kids will be here tomorrow, and we'll stream some games and stuff tomorrow.
Nice.
So yeah, it'll be fun. They'll be here till like 5 o'clock tomorrow. I don't know what we're all gonna do tomorrow.
Okay.
We didn't really. I told my husband when you get back from the store, I'll talk to you. And I was gonna stream possibly after dinner tonight. I was trying to think of when to stream. And my husband left for the store, and then I checked my email, and I had some important messages and some videos to watch. And then I met May Noodles. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go live now. Because I was like, I missed May Noodles earlier, and everybody's telling me I got to meet May Noodles. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and go live now. I'll just go live before dinner. I was like, I'll go live.
So you're currently live on on YouTube, I meant?
Yeah, YouTube. We were just
Okay.
talking about a little bit about Gypsy Rose. I got my Scott Peterson theory out there, just talking about crime and stuff. But I was going to go live on Twitch this morning because I was finishing up Fortnite. Because the new season starts tomorrow. I do want to play. I do want to stream on Twitch for a little bit tomorrow morning because we do got to show off the new season. We do. But you got to leave my PlayStation on today. Tonight when I go to bed, I got to leave my PlayStation on so it can download Fortnite.
Okay.
Because yeah, new season. It's Marvel. That's the new theme. Is Marvel. They're bringing Marvel fully out. But I was thinking lately, Brian, because I've been thinking all this week. Like if you want to play like more Minecraft or Stardew Valley, I was thinking of playing more comfort games that are more chill and calm instead of stuff like Fortnite, like PvP that riles me all up, and I'm trying to stop swearing. And stuff. And I don't know.
Yeah, Minecraft and Stardew Valley are pretty good games for not getting riled up as much.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm addicted to
Especially
Stardew
if you're...
Valley. I'm playing like 6 different games on my Nintendo. I have one of every farm. I have the beach, I have the hilltop, I have the mountain one, I have the dark one, I have one of everything, and I'm switching between all of them. And it's sad because like I'm at year 6 on one of them, and I have... Name it, I got all the money in the world right now. My farm is so upgraded, I'm making all the money in the world. And then you go restart over again where you have money, you don't have enough money to do crap. And I'm like, I don't have money. I can't do anything. I can't even upgrade my house. Because I don't have enough wood and money. But yeah, I'm trying to rethink my streams now because... the hardcore games like Fortnite are,
kind of getting a bit out of control, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, maybe I should
when it comes to angry.
I started my streams on comfort games, and then when I went viral and everybody came in, my streams went off the rails, and I went to stuff like Fortnite and whatnot. But I do get too riled up on them because I hate PvP. I can handle being killed by an NPC, but being killed by another live person, I hate it. You to go nuclear. You showed so much class today. No, my noodles is doing fine. Like, no nuclear. We don't need to go nuclear. We just need to share our stories out there. No need to go nuclear. No need to call names and go down to their level. I play single, like Zelda.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm starting to realize, like, I just need to go back to the comfort games and... Because my streams, like, I started swearing and my streams went off the rails when I started, like, playing games with other people, and I hate...
Yeah, I think Minecraft is a good game for playing with other people, though,
well, right
still.
now in Minecraft, we're catching all those pets. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a whole pile of kangaroos out there in the desert that love me. I fed them all carrots. I got like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 kangaroos out there that follow me when I go to the desert.
I think Minecraft is a good game
I'm
for
glad
playing
to
with
be
other
watching
people,
your
though,
streams.
so.
Thank you, Uncle Baby. What's up? Yeah, no, I just met May today because we're all we all had to step away from Morbid for one reason or another. My friend Elandrix, who's on my Twitch streams, he's in Australia. He's on my Twitch streams that we game together. He doesn't watch my YouTube, but he watches my Twitch. He was so
I got the
happy
stream going on by Xbox with the live chat now, so I can see what people are saying in the chat.
More.
But I'm still in the call too.
Elandrix was so happy when I told him that I made a YouTube against Morbid, and Morbid got mad at me and took me out of his Discord and everything and dropped me because and he's like, it's about time, because Elandrix has been watching me cry from the first time Morbid upset me, but I kept going back on panel. Well, I haven't watched any of her full lives yet. I will at dinner time. But I watched all of her short videos. I have watched every single one of May Noodle's short videos. I have not watched any of the lives yet to see what's going on. But I'm going to do that. I was about to watch a live, and then I saw Bodicia's comment saying, I'm Rose's mod. I haven't seen Rose in a couple days. And I was like, well, let me come on, guys, because I'm chill now. I just had to deal with some major life stress again. Yeah, and I saw your comment, and I was like, no, I'm going to go live because I'm doing better, and I want to meet May, and... No, we saw right through the manipulation. I am just starting to, and it's wonderful. I am getting to know May. I felt bad when Vin left my stream the other day. Vin was like, okay, if you guys don't believe me, whatever. And then I emailed him and I said, I don't believe, I'm like, I believe you. I just was, just being very careful how I said everything.
I just subscribed to Man Noodles just now.
Yeah, no, you want to talk about Morbid hurting somebody? They really hurt me and Vin Vader, and they're all on my Discord now. They all joined Discord today too, though, Brian. They're all on Discord.
Oh, nice.
So all these guys just joined Discord today, so. I'll drop my Discord link again one more time just in case anybody else wants to join, but yeah, they all joined Discord today. But yeah, Morbid Stream's gonna be mad at us because they think we're sensitive and we're gonna stop their fun. But you know what? Let Morbid Stream be Morbid Stream. If that's how he wants to run a stream, he's free to. But we're the ones who, I'm not leaving in anger and gonna put Morbid on blast and crap. I'm just telling my experience in his stream, and that's my experience. 13th Hour and Mad Noodles and everybody else has their experience with Morbid. And we're just sharing our experience, and it's a negative one. Well, I had positive, and then there's negative, and I talk about both. And at one time when I was on Morbid's panel, it seemed like everybody, I thought things were great. Like I said, the first time I left Morbid's panel, I was on a high. I was like, yeah, baby. I was like, oh, my God. Oh, to speak about streaming, today's Thursday, right? Landrix might be live right now. Is Landrix live?
Let me check real quick.
Yeah, I'm checking on my phone right. Okay. Gosh darn it. Twitch changed
Twitch
the way,
has had an update.
Yeah, it changes the way you see live streamers. Now, it's not, you don't just go on and, it's hard to see, like, who's live now. They don't have it lined up. They put their video on for you. They're like, here, look, Rose, these people are live. These people are on your list and they're live. And it's like, that's not what I want. You're choosing.
If you tap if you tap in the top left corner on mobile, it brings you to your followers list.
Okay,
and
there we go.
I'm not seeing Landrix on.
No, he's not on. He should be coming on any time now because I could check his Discord and see if he's not coming on today. He's been having troubles with that new dog. Him and that new dog are.
Oh.
Yeah. Him and his new dog are just having troubles that he hasn't been able to stream lately. Oh, between being sick and the dog. Okay, he hasn't made an announcement yet. He doesn't have an announcement on there about stream. Because if he's not going to stream, he'll announce it in his Discord. He'll announce
Oh, yeah, I got a 3D printer now.
No way! My husband has one. Those are so cool. He printed me out a Groot once. It took 24 hours. It was exciting to watch. It's like, come on, baby Groot. Come on. You're going to be mine. I don't know if my husband's 3D printer's up and working. Maybe I should set it on my desk back here and we should print out cool stuff. Should we start printing cool stuff? My husband has rolls and rolls and rolls of plastic stuff. I should be like,
Of the filament, yeah.
Put it in my room and I'll live print stuff on stream. You'd be like, name the character, let's print it, Brian. Oh yeah, I know all about 3D printers. My son has one. My husband has one.
So far, I've printed the 3D Benchy. I printed the 3D Benchy and also a articulable scorpion.
That's
like it's got like the joints that can be rotated.
Oh, nice.
And bent.
Oh, wow. What a movable. Yeah, Aurora, like, that's what Vin is saying. He said, everybody who comes to me, Rose, says, Morbid won't do it to me. I love Morbid. Me and Morbid are great friends. And then he says a few months go down the line, and they come back to him, and they're like, everything went wrong. He turned on me, backstabbed me. And so it's like, just give it time. And he has powers over. Well, like when he was Jimmer he would. Vin said he could just take other people's streams down and stuff, and like he was a professional just at taking people's streams down. Wonder what dragons. If my husband has a working 3D printer, I might be able to talk him into putting it in here and seeing if I could run that 3D printer. Be like, I can print you something. I just need the file that tells the printer what to do.
You need a 3D model and a slicer program.
I think it only took like
But the slicer programs are generally free. And then you need like a STL file to put into the slicer program. And then the slicer program sends from... The slicer program converts the STL file into G code and sends it to the printer via USB, or saves it to an SD card so you can plug it in to the... So you can put that into the printer.
What was I gonna say? Somebody said some about, let's see, give them. I think it only took a month on his panels. I think by the 4th or 5th time I was on his panels, things started going downhill. Like, for me and Morbid, things went downhill very fast. I didn't even last a month, or like, before I started refusing to go up on his panels. And then, I kept watching his streams though, and it got too much, and I would be like, fine, I'm stepping up on panel, dang it. It's like I'm tired of what everybody's up there saying. I'm going on panel. And then I'd go cry later and say, I regret that. Why did I step up on panel? I'm stupid. I'm like, why? Why'd you do that to yourself, Rose? It's like, why? It's like, why did you do that? Where did my Scott... I think I did everything on Scott Peterson today. I don't know where my Scott Peterson notes went. I must have another notebook around here with those notes in it somewhere. Because I made a bunch of notes on Scott Peterson's case. And now they're gone.
Huh.
Oh, I did a stream a while ago on YouTube. You should probably watch it, Brian. I compared 4 different comfort games. Stardew Valley, Fae Farm, Wildflowers, and Animal Crossings. I went over all 4 games and told my thoughts on playing all 4 of them. So I found out what that grave is. Because you remember that grave that said I'd be back in your 3rd year, the dawn of your 3rd year. And I think did I tell you, I told you somewhat what it is. So what it is there's 4 candles on the grave. And you have to upgrade your farm and everything and blah, 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 and earn achievements. And when you've earned a certain amount, you can go put a diamond on Grandpa's grave. I can only get 3 candles to light up right now. You're supposed to get 4 candles to light up. And then you get some kind of reward from dead Grandpa. Print out a rose like from Beauty and the Beast. I could. I'll go talk to my husband at dinner. I'll see what he says. Dated Morbid briefly and went to California to meet him, and it ended really bad. Yeah, That is horrible. Yeah, he made it sound like, when I first met Morbid, he made it sound like he was married with 2 kids. I didn't know how old his kids were. I didn't know he's
I just put something funny in the videos channel on the Discord.
Like right now, I don't know how much more Gypsy Rose content there is to cover, because like I said, I'm not good. I covered Gypsy Rose's crime. I covered her show. I covered her interviews. But until that autopsy report comes out, there's not much more to say about her crime. And I am not believing any of those letters that Nina reads, and that is an invasion into Gypsy Rose's life, technically. Because we're out here telling Gypsy Rose, well, if you don't want us to talk about you, then go live a quiet life. Quit putting yourself on camera. But how can she live a quiet life if her neighbors are emailing you? So that's the opposite of what we're saying. We're saying, Gypsy, go take your baby and live a quiet life. Quit putting everything on camera. Children in 10 years. That's what, Ben was saying, is you wouldn't know that, because but I mean, you don't have to talk about your real life if you don't want to. But don't dox other people if you don't want them to dox. Well, I don't even know how to dox people. I don't know how people find out people's names and dox people. I don't know how people do it.
You've only the only thing you know how to do doxing wise is how to accidentally dox yourself.
I dox myself all the time. I tell people that. I'm like, everybody's like, Rose, quit doxing yourself. And I'm like, I'm sorry. There is not anything more. And here's my prediction, too. That autopsy report, if it becomes available in September, because I guarantee you Fancy's calling. She's got that corner on speed dial. She's calling every day going, is it there yet? Is it there yet? Because Fancy's going to be the first one to FOIA request it. And then she's going to gatekeep it and only share it with the streamers. That's why people I bet you I don't know if I should name some of those streamers. There are some streamers out there. I wonder if they're backing Fancy because they know that she's going to gatekeep that autopsy and stuff, and she won't share the info with you unless you're her friend. People are going to fight. It's going to be a dog fight for that autopsy report. It's like you throwing a bone in the middle of a bunch of hungry dogs. And everybody's going to fight over that autopsy report. And a lot of streamers are going to gatekeep it and only share it with their friends. And if you want it, you got to FOIA request it yourself. I had a ticket for driving. Whoa! Whoa! It's like, Morbid, I know back in the 90s, we never strapped our kids into seatbelts. But we do nowadays, and I promise you, seatbelts save lives. I'd be dead right now if it wasn't for seatbelts. Yeah, you can't trust, I can't believe how many people are backing Fancy right now because she will throw them under the bus in 2 seconds if they say one bad thing about her. But Gypsy, until season 2 comes out, you guys, it's over. I'm sorry. The Gypsy content is over. Right now, you're crossing the line of breaking into her private life. You want her to go private, you want her to be quiet, then quit taking the emails from her neighbors and friends and nurses and whatever. Let her live a private life. You can't expose Gypsy's private life but then ask her to live a private life. I liked Fancy until I saw what she did to Pink Cat Sarah. She really... I'm not Pink Cat Sarah, and I'm upset for her. Okay, yes, Pink Cat Sarah might be a liar too. She might be a little devious too. My theory is Pink Cat Sarah, she knew who Fancy was when she came over to our true crime community. She knew who Fancy was. She didn't accidentally stumble across Fancy. It was either a choice between Natasha Cooper or Fancy. Okay, there was a lot of us out here streaming about Gypsy. You didn't have to choose Fancy. You knew who Fancy was. You purposely chose Fancy. But it's over. Let Gypsy live her private life until season 2 comes out. It's over, guys. It's like, I'm sorry, her content is over. There's nothing left. Okay, make fun of her little gender reveal. She did put that on camera. Fine, whatever. But make fun of her lives in her makeup, but that's it. It's pretty much over. Her content is over. The show is over. Literally, figuratively, and everything. The show is over. Let her go. Live her private life with Ken. Let Ryan cry in peace. And if people would just realize that it's all over and stop reporting on Gypsy, then people might go away and stop giving her money on TikTok. But before everybody on TikTok can go away and stop giving Gypsy money, us streamers need to step back from Gypsy content. Nick's appeals are over. Do like NPG Cornerstone Nation said. Let's all write a letter to the governor, and then case closed. That's all we can do. Us talking about Nick is not going to get him an appeal. The only thing that might get him an appeal is write the letter, guys. Oh, and when I was watching Gypsy's show, I'm the one who caught on to it. Nobody said anything on Morbid Stream when I said it. But you go back and watch that stream. I said, look, Ryan just said his number one trigger is being abandoned. That's exactly what Gypsy did to him. She abandoned him, and that's his trigger, is being abandoned. Well, Starlight was lurking in my streams, and I knew she was gonna run to Morbid and tell him that I was interviewing Vin Vader. It was such a betrayal that I interviewed Vin Vader. From the best friend's neighbor's dog. Yep. Best friend's neighbor's dog's second cousin twice removed. Something like that. Yep. Where's the verifiable receipts? Because what Nina's reporting on is not verifiable receipts. It just sounds... What Nina is reading just sounds like another person watching our content and verifying it. Saying that, oh no, I'm seeing it. Which you guys are speculating? I'm literally watching it, guys. Yep, receipts are... It didn't happen. I know that's what Vin said to Starlight when she got mad. Vin's like, Starlight, don't you remember Morbid doxing your kids? And you running to me, and I helped you shut him down. You used my videos, and Starlight just got mad and told me, Rose, you need to get away from Vin. Just before, a couple days before I met Vin Vader, and this is one reason why I got curious about Vin, was because a few days before I met Vin, somebody told me that Starlight recently made up with Morbid. That they had a falling out. And I don't know how she could forgive somebody that doxed her kids, but she did. She now is a loyal, she's on almost every single one of Morbid's streams, and she's been there since day one for Morbid. Day one of him covering, go look at his first video where he covered Gypsy. Starlight hops up on panel, and she's there to help him and give him all the info. Had a falling out, and literally right after she went running. Oh, wow. So she went running to Morbid because she got mad at you. Yeah, I guess, yeah. And I was like, what? That got me curious. I was like, they had a falling out over what? Because she's been such a loyal supporter of Morbid from day one. Well, I wouldn't doubt it if he has something on Starlight. He's doxed her. And her kids. He probably has a lot on Starlight. Yeah, I get, like I tell people, what would you do to get monetized or whatever? Think about it first, you know? I have morals and ethics and integrity. I'm not going to go out, I want to be monetized, but not that bad to go do something that's wrong to get monetized. I'm not clapping for What the Bug because they begged for every viewer. Instead of just Morbid giving What the Bug a shout out and What the Bug saying thank you and seeing if people came over to their channel, instead they begged and they begged and they begged and they begged and they begged Nina and they begged everybody, please. And it's like, what? Do I congratulate somebody who, instead of producing good content, just begged for it? Oh, wow. She used to be a mod for... Oh, wow. Uh-oh. About her teeth being brown. What? Interesting. Oh, she'd be mad if she's watching my stream right now. I'm finding out weird, interesting things. I'll have to talk to you, like, I want to ask you something, meh, but no, I don't want to say it on my stream. But maybe I'll break for dinner in just a second. It's 6:30 now. I'll have to ask, because I watched some of Starlight's past videos recently. I've gone back on her channel. She's been doxxed a lot of times, by the way. People like to dox Starlight. She seems so nice. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay. Well, I should break for dinner, though. But I will be back. Well, tomorrow, I can still talk to you guys even while I have my kids here, but tomorrow will be a little bit of gaming, less videos, more gaming, because Aurora will probably want to play Roblox, and that's what we'll probably do. Yeah. Oh my gosh. If you cross Starlight, I've heard her be like, well, I only doxed her because she doxed me, and so I doxed her. It's like, you dox me, I'll dox you. And yeah, I heard her and Morbid are heavy doxers. Okay, awesome. I will look forward to your invite on. I would love to join your Discord. All right, well, I'm going to go break for dinner, but I'll be back tomorrow on my birthday to game a little bit and have a little bit of fun tomorrow. And then, yeah, we'll come back later and we'll talk about other cases. Like I said, Gypsy it's over. It's over, guys. I'm sorry. It's over. Let Gypsy live her private life. It's over. It's done with. Like, her content, it's all a bunch of social bullshit. People trying to get attention saying they know Gypsy. They don't really know Gypsy. I think people are just watching streamers and going, well, Nina believes anything and everything. Let's go email her, because she believes it all. Yes, it was nice to meet you, Aurora, Angela, May, all of you guys. Oh my gosh, so many of you guys came in today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for the support too. This is wonderful, you guys. I love this supportive circle that is W. Yeah, you also. I love this wonderful new supportive community coming in here. You guys are great. I gotta go make my birthday cake now, too. I gotta go have dinner and go make my birthday cake. Yay. Go make a birthday cake. Alright, thank you, Budicia, so much. And
hey,
Budicia, for going on Maze and commenting, because, yeah, I was like, dude, I gotta go stream and talk to these guys, man. I was like, I'm jumping on stream. I'm going. Yes, blessings, everybody. Stay warm, stay safe, stay happy, and stay loved, guys, because you are. And I will see you guys later.